to them with this brand new RSGSG roster. Can they make it? And definitely they have right now, standing in the upper brackets, going to give everything they can to remain in that position. Now, this is an epic battle that's about to unfurl over at the Land of Dawn. Now, we know that RSGSG is not going down without a fight. Given that 2-0 sweep in the regular season, they will definitely give their all right here for match 2 of playoffs day 1. Now, the boys are getting ready to head on over to the battle stations. Now, anything can happen right here at this game, honestly, as these two teams are really evened out in terms of all of their positions. So, what will happen in this bloodbath battle? Wow, what a mouthful. Let's head it over to the boys to take it away.
Yeah, ladies and gents, welcome once again. This is the original El Clasico of MPL Singapore. My name is Jay. Joining me right here on the desk is Abstract and also Kwa. We'll be bringing you this particular series, and it is going to be Bleed going up against RSG.
You're so mean.
Why am I mean?
We'll move on from that one.
Am I mean?
Yeah, you're mean.
You're horrible, man.
No,
Horrible,
I'm just
horrible,
adding on.
horrible man.
I'm just adding on. No?
Horrible.
My vegetable?
Absolutely horrible, man.
Anyways, okay, let's talk about this particular match, right? Okay, if you guys have been following MPL Singapore for a long time, all the way back to Season 1, you will remember them as the original El Clasico, the one that have been duking against each other all the way in the grand finals. But how has the times have changed? Because right now we've introduced another player, which is Team NIP Flash. And now this time around, this is just basically a bit of a nostalgic battle between these two teams once again.
Remind me some of the history, Jays. I mean, evidently I'm new to the disc, so so please give me some, catch me up to speed.
Okay, so technically another up-and-coming jungler that wants to rival against Bray as a Singaporean best jungler. But let's take a look on the other side. RSG SG this time around with their roster.
So on RSG side, we've got Closer in the EXP, Bray in the jungle, Godzilla in the mid lane. Got Closer in the EXP, Bray in the jungle, Godzilla in the mid lane, Jerry in the roam, as well as CS in the gold lane. We've seen this team grow during the regular season, and you know they kind of reached their peak at the end of well, the last week of the regular season, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of form they're going to bring into today's playoff match.
Yeah, but you gotta have to admit, RSG during their regular season, their path all the way to the playoffs was kind of shaky, right? They're not performing up to what they used to be called, but that's because, you know, if you guys follow us during the regular season, we talked about it to death. The roster has been gutted. Diablo has been left over to NIP Flash, Lucian Kude, Oki, nowhere to be seen. But at the very least, they still have Bray. They still have.
Yeah, so the original duo, I gotta have to say, they gotta be the one that will be holding on to the front and ensuring that RSG will stay as RSG. Will they be able to hold on to that though? That is always the biggest question. But for now, we're gonna be turning the turning the plates over and just take a look at Bleed Esports lineup as well as their statistics for now. Of course, we gotta have to put our eyes onto Seiji.
That's right.
With a probably the highest.
One of the highest
right?
GPMs.
Highest GPM of 823. And if I'm not wrong, when it comes down to our man Vanix was 700 plus, right? And it's number 2, right? If I'm not wrong, somewhere around that. Rank number 2, 700
right.
plus GPM. And Seiji outclassed Vanix by a whole 20 plus GPM. That is absolutely amazing if you ask me.
Yeah, and of course, apart from that, nice kill participation for the time. JJ being also one of the more flexible mid laner from Team Flash as well. This season, he jumped over to Bleed Esports. But speaking about jumping, let's jump over the side of RSG to take a look at the stats, Kwa.
Yeah, so on the stats for RSGSG, we've got CS with a slightly lower GPM.
Nice.
but it's improved week on week. We of course have Davey on his signature Grok pick. Davey does, I think, a lot of RSG's success is in the aggressive roams that Davey pilots, right? And we see here his average assist is slightly lower than I think what we saw in Gear's side, 67.36% average assists per game. But we do see, of course, Godzilla having kill participation of 69%. Nice. You know, Godzilla is one of those players. I think he really kind of showed off his Kadita earlier on in the regular season, but we also saw him playing things like the Valentina and having a lot of success on the picks like that, right? So I'm really excited to see what RSG once again has to bring to the table, and also what form they're going to be in today, right? Because I think you mentioned it a little bit earlier, just now, Abstract, that they did lose to Bleak going into the last week of the regular season. So I'm just wondering from a mental standpoint, how is RSG prepped themselves coming into today?
I really hope that they have prepped themselves, right? Because definitely RSG, they stand a chance. They stand a chance against Bleed. And I'm pretty sure that the audience might think the same thing as well. As we take a look at that.
Taking a look at the audience predictions presented by McDonald's as well. RSG is still the fan favorites from the side, 60%. Thank you very much for the votes, by the way. Bleed, on the other hand, 40%. But I am looking forward to what we think on the desk instead.
Spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna be spicy.
I have no idea what are your predictions, but in the event that I'm the odd one out, I sincerely
feel like you might be the odd one out. I personally feel like you might be the odd one out.
Really?
I don't think so.
Really?
Well, we're going to see in a bit, right? I mean, but for me, I expected this audience prediction to be closer to 50-50. So 60-40 to me was actually a pretty big difference from my expectations. But as you see in our predictions, I was the odd one out.
Wait, you did not vote for Bleed? Did not vote for RSG for once?
Hey, look, I'm a statistic guy.
Statistic guy.
Statistics guy. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
And I came in on week 4. I haven't really seen much RSG played. But when the first game that I see RSG played is against Bleed, and it wasn't promising. And that haunted me for quite a bit. So I'm not too sure whether they will be able to, you know, get themselves out of that shell after getting that kind of result. Because I mean, we're all humans. We all make mistakes.
We make mistakes,
and we are, you know, we are very tender-hearted as well. So the moment that we make a lose like that is very difficult to recover from.
Yeah, I was thinking that, you know, Abstract has always been supporting RSGs from the earlier part of the season, since season 1, right? So it's really surprising to me that you're jumping onto my fence where I used to support for Bleed for so long. But wow, what do you think on the side of RSG?
So actually, during the regular season, I was actually always choosing Bleed, I think, whenever Bleed comes up. I really like Bleed's team composition.
No. I'm pretty sure that whenever you see something against RSG, it was never RSG.
It was never RSG. But this time around, I'm gonna put my eggs on the RSG basket, right? I believe that the improvements that they've shown me week on week is very, very promising. And honestly, yes, they didn't look super strong going into the Bleed matchup the last week, but I believe that they would have found out what the weakness is and capitalized on it.
Okay. For those people that didn't quite catch that, quick translation means that this is my salvation. I have to vote for them.
If not, I'm going to not get a Bleed RSG jersey, right? In the meantime, ladies and gents, you're going to go into the draft this time round. Bleed going in first, pick RSG second. Both of these coaches, this is their time to shine. It's a Filipino coach hailing all the way from the Philippines, Coach G, going up against Singaporean coach Pacifist. You've seen him before in Revival and also, well, Alchemy SG. But now it's Bleed's first pick. Looking at bans, Angela, Kadita, Barat's chopped off from the hero pool. RSG bans away the Harif and also the Help.
Hellcurt ban, man. I want to talk a little bit about that. We saw Gear having so much success in the Hellcurt. And we can definitely see from the RSG side that they have suffering from a little bit of PTSD from the success of Gear's Hellcurt. And I think the first game of the last week of the regular season. Ooh. And they're like, nope, we're not going to deal with that this time around.
Yeah.
Fair play, fair play.
It's surprising to me that whenever you see Godzilla, you ban the Kadita. It has always been that common pattern. It just goes to show that Godzilla is so comfortable on the Kadita that you really have to take it off. But Bleed this time around, first pick gives over to Seiji, secures the Moscow for themselves.
So, okay, understandably, when it comes down to with the first pick being Moscow from the side of Lead, it is fair to say that we would not see a Roger from the side of RSG. They would probably take a little bit more time to really deliberate what they want to play, and of course, what kind of win conditions they want to go. So, picking up Godzilla's heroes as well as probably Dairy's hero would probably be the best course of action. But seems like they actually want to focus on Bray. I'm okay with that as well. Having an Xbox going into the jungle, you actually kind of force a soft bad tanky heroes over the side of Bleed. So you are technically making Yon want to play assassins.
Not only just that, right? Xbox can also be flexed over to closer. So right now, RSG is just keeping the cards open. I feel like a Nathan is coming out from the side of RSG, going into the that last pick should be going to the Nathan, but Bleed this time round, seeing what they see from the side of Valentina and Xbox, what is Bleed's response?
Lead is probably gonna go something with the exactly what I was gonna think. The Arlet gear on Arlet is absolutely devastating, right? He's able to make so many different plays with the Arlet, and Arlet. But the question is, if Arlet is gonna be able to pick on through the Valentina or the switchy targets, picking the Natan here would be a bit scary against the Arlet. But Roger being swept up for CS on the side of RSG.
Yeah, and the reason why I thought Nathan would be a very good pick coming up at RSG is that you want to really work and kind of have the same kind of equal footing against the Moskov, right? Moskov splash damage to the back. Hey, Nathan does the same too. Nathan does have a bit of a dash with the ultimate, and that's where his item power spikes comes from. Yeah, I mean, the Moskov does the same too. So equal Stevens, right? You want to put themselves in an equal footing, but putting the Roger here shows that RSG wants to snowball in the early game, trying to push down Seiji. Then after that, scale toward its mid-game power spike.
And I don't like that, actually. We have seen before how CS went against Seiji, and understandably, Seiji outclasses a lot of gold laners out there. Unless CS is gonna be very disciplined and really just stay under the turrets and not give any free hits over to the Moskov, maybe he will be doing A-okay. But it's still fair to say that we can expect Bleed to want to be extremely aggressive onto CS. And we have seen CS unable to recover before. And if we are going to see the same thing again, I'm pretty sure that RSG might not be able to recover from it anymore.
But the question is whether RSG SG is going to be able to adapt, right, and protect the CS lane, right? Because if they play that game, then that's their win condition, right? That's how they win. And I was actually going to say the Roger pick is probably preferable over the Natan pick, because the thing is that Natan is super stationary. Yes, he has that ultimate to kind of go away or reposition himself, but against the Arlot, right? Arlot into Natan is just spells doom for the side of Natan. So I think Roger being picked up is a good pick. We do see the bans coming out, Martis as well as Fredrin being banned on the side of RSG SG, and we have the Alpha and the Grok ban coming out from the side of Bleed.
Yep. Grok not a respect over the side of Dairy, Alpha, because don't forget Xbox can be flexed over to closer, right? So just cutting off everything. Don't forget, Bray, right here, well, I think he's definitely going to go into the Xbox because they're already taking away the Fragile, which is something that Bray likes to play, and also Martis also a nod over to Yon. But right now, it's just RSG. They're looking to secure maybe their Roma right here. Don't forget, Dairy closer towards the playoffs. He's been playing a lot of soft supports like, you know, the Florence, the Angela, but now this time around we get to see his Minotaur coming back into the playoffs.
Minotaur rounds things up really nicely, right? Because, I mean, so far, on the side of Bleed, they need to get a little bit close. At least the Arlet needs to get a little bit close to do anything. Moscow's pretty short range as well. Minotaur is going to be that wall, is going to be that sentinel to stop people in their paths from approaching. So this also actually narrows down a lot of the options that Bleed actually had, such as potentially picking the Paquito that Sagitnio likes.
Oh, you mentioned Paquito. That's really kind of interesting, but Yon goes for the Fanny instead.
Yep.
There you go. That's a statement. Yon wants to start day number 1 strong, just going for the Fanny instead. This is the second time the Fanny has been picked in MPL Singapore.
Fanny is going to be pretty decent, I think, into RSG SG's lineup. Minotaur is going to be there to try to stop her in her pass a little bit. But the question is, how does RSG round up their lineups? They've still got, I believe, the EXP or the Jungle Flex option right now. And to the Terizla, what can we expect, Jace?
Looking at maybe a Yu Zhong, that would be great, because Yu Zhong known to counter the Vixanas as well. does decently against Terizla, at least equalize that lane just a little bit. You also get to jump onto the Moskov instead, but no, RSG goes for the Paquito instead, lending more flexibility around the lanes. And yeah, Closer wants to get closer towards either Moskov or the Vixana.
They do want to have a little bit of that burst potential onto the Fanny, right? Understandably, they don't really quite have that in their current lineup. They will want to play for time, and they want to drag on the fights as long as possible in order to really build up the heat stacks coming from Xbox. With Valentina's help when it comes down to picking up a little bit of that final slash, or perhaps the Eternal Guard, perhaps even when it comes down to the penalty zone. They RSG have quite a lot of skills in their disposal to drag on team fights and really just disable the enemies. But what is lacking is pure damage that can really deal with Fanny. And I think that that is exactly what RSG is looking out for. With the pick on the Xbox, it soft bans a lot of these hard tanks over the side of Bleed. So they definitely saw this coming. The only thing is, how do they answer to the Roger into the Moskov lineup here in the gold lane between Bleed versus RSG? Let's keep our eyes peeled.
Yep, ladies and gents, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Here we go. Bleed spawning in the blue. It's going to be RSG in the red this time around. Turtle will be spawning around top side. So it's going to be hot potatoes for Sagitnu and also Closer to get to level 4 as quickly as possible. But it's also going to be the same all the way to the bottom lane. We need to see Yon popping off in the early game because he's on this Lethal Ignition.
Lethal Ignition is going to be incredibly key, I think, in the early games. But the question is Yon going to be able to find an opportunity to go in? Right? We see, of course, I think pretty standard things happening on the map. With just a lot of trades happening in the mid right now.
Looking to get Yon to snowball. I think that's the main goal right here. CS still level 1, CG also still level 1. Still turned quite early as of now. Still not too bad. But
early invade.
As a Moskov, you can't peel against the Roger. It's actually quite hard for the Roger to basically pounce onto you. And now with Yon just hanging around in the bottom lane, just adding a lot of pressure against CS.
Yeah, you know, I think that was a really good invade for the side of Yon, right? Because that means that Bray actually has to I mean, he loses resources, right? And he is kind of forced into trying to do an early invade as well to counteract some of the gold that's going on the side of Yon. But you see a little bit of the early game.
You have half HP, but the Closer is just going to be landing a single punch. But after that, not much will happen.
Yeah, you don't really have a lot of kill pressure for the side of Closer, right? Level 4 is not here yet. Yes, Bray does have the last Insanity, but Yon is already here and just abusing the fact that he could just spin around. That's a Firaga armor already taken away.
Yep. Positioning is definitely key for the side of RSG, but luckily we're talking about an Xbox with the Firaga armor. You should be able to get yourself away from that with not much issues.
Yeah, it looks like not much is happening. A lot of trades, a lot of invades, a lot of sneaky plays trying to make things work. But actually, I want to focus a little bit on the bot lane, right? We talked about if CS is going to survive some of the early pressure. They're both at level 4 right now, and he is a little bit down in terms of HP as a resource, but no deaths.
Not only just that, Gear is forced to refresh, right? That means that Derry, takes over to level 4. Gear slowly lagging just a little bit behind. At the very least, both these two roamers are ready to fight. Bray, on the other hand, level 5. Yon is also level 5 as well. So both are kind of equal in terms of the red street fight.
Look at the bot lane. CS just got pushed out of his lane because Yon was there, but the turtle's free for the side of RSG.
Does seem like you're just gonna zigzag zooming all around, dealing sufficient damage, but not quite enough to really bring anyone down. Bleed and RSG understand that they are in a stalemate and they can't overextend themselves, and the only fight that they would want to go for is solely for the turtle.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? You can see how Bleed wants to trade the turtle for for CS, because they really want to get Seiji up and running as quickly as possible. So yeah, I can see why Bleed would make that decision, but looking at the emblems right here, both these two gold laners going for Master Assassin.
Mastery Assassin, indeed. It seems, I want to highlight, right? So the emblem choices for Roger this time around is slightly different, right? We saw a lot less emphasis on the common emblems. We saw a bit more heavily spec'd into the
Should be Assassin emblems, that's right.
Right, and this is, I think, a bit more traditional, but we see Godzilla survive with a pixel of HP.
The Lethal Ignition didn't really quite pop, but the first blood did pop indeed. In the middle lane, Jay falls prey to the hands of RSG, giving Bray his very first kill.
Yeah, but Closer had to burn the flicker for what? Because you can see that Jay just decides to give up. He knows he's dead, so that's why he stood still. But Closer burning that flicker may have a lot of implications going into the next turtle fight.
I think it's fine though. I mean, Paquito has heaps of mobility, right? Mobility is kind of the least of his concerns at this point. Yawn is doing something.
Oh,
Going in the burst.
Gear was just preparing himself to make sure that once the last Ascendancy has been popped, he can just go straight in. In the meantime, Sagitnu even used his flicker just so that they can focus and bring closer and Braid down. So both of which are down, and that is definitely fine and dandy. RSG took that opportunity to focus a bit more down to the bottom lane instead.
Okay, maybe not the turtle, but that one. If he had the flicker right there, he could have gotten away. But Seiji is actually holding up himself really darn well down bottom lane. 1v3, no problem, and absorbs so much pressure, allowing Bleed to make plays on the other side of the map, cracking top side, that's open top, and not only just that, the turtle is also spawning up top as well.
Seiji showing why he is one of the premier gold laners in MPLSG right now. Turtle is open, but focus eyes on mid.
Oof, you can even hear Yawn all the way there. That's an assassination. 3 kills going to his pocket. He's already snowballing.
Yeah, you can see, look, Bleed is riding on the momentum. It's 3-1 with 2.2k gold, 2k gold lead currently in Bleed's pocket. That's almost a full item at this point of gold lead. And if it's going on the Fanny is just going to be more and more deadly.
Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, Closer has to be careful. CS has to be careful. Don't forget, RSG is a mid-game power spike team. Bleed, on the other hand, it's already started to snowball just a little bit. They're just toying with the turtle right now. They're really looking for engage. Sagitnu as well. Gear already burned. The final slash should be coming up anytime soon because of low CD. But unfortunately, Turtle given over the side RSG.
Turtle has gone to the side of RSG, which would balance the gold a little bit. This was dropped down to 1.5k gold lead, but Seiji strikes back by taking the turret. So honestly, Bleed is having complete map control at this point. They are giving up the turtles, but they do not care. They have traded the towers instead. This game is
yeah. Yawn is just assassinating everybody left, right, center, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, he's just really just showing his presence around the map. That is the main idea that he's gonna have to do. Especially since RSG's only answer to the Fanny is a Paquito. The Paquito gotta have to get the farm up. But as you can see, with a 0-2 closer, it's gonna be tough. But in the meantime, Flick is just gonna be used from the side of RSG, hoping that it will be able to land a good amount of control down onto Bleed. But it doesn't seem like it will be able to do too much, to be honest. But getting Jay and Sagitnu down at the cost of CS and Dairy is definitely gonna cost. But Yawn now joins into the fray. He did manage to assassinate on the Bray and perhaps even ended onto Godzilla, granting him a triple kill to his name, while Closer wasn't able to do much but to take 1 kill for his own.
Man, this reminds me all the way back then where we thought, you know, Young can play only assassins, and all of a sudden during the playoffs he pulled the Martyrs, he pulled the Fredrin, and now he's like, yeah, I'm very good. I'm a very good assassin player. I'm cosplaying Kyrie.
Yeah, and look, right now, I mean, with this patch, I believe assassins just got buffed, right? So this was a really good idea from the side of Bleed to pick, to allow Yawn to play his Fanny, right? And his Fanny has been talked about. You guys have been hyping it up, I think, during the regular season. Seeing it now on the playoffs, 7-0-0, I understand why, finally, you guys have been hyping him up so much.
Yep. RSG, on the other hand, right, if you look at the composition that they have built, it's kind of meant to kind of disrupt the Fanny, right? But Fanny right here is already 7 kills, and now Gear, it's again looking at Closer.
He's just going to be jumping himself right down to Seiji, but unfortunately he doesn't quite have the damage potential to even do anything. But fortunately for him, he did manage to buy some time onto what Bleed is doing. That allowed Dairy as well as Godzilla to focus onto the other main purpose, which is going to be the Vixana. Getting him down is definitely going to be crucial, especially since the Lawn has just spawned.
Right now, Yawn focusing the bottom lane, RSG, Bray, and also Dairy just showing presence right here. They're just playing the turrets game. They're just training turrets right now. But RSG, that mid lane crack, and Yawn goes with assassination.
But he's just going to be getting himself away.
Man.
Whoa.
So close.
Fluid coming out from Yawn right there. Dodging every single ultimate from the side of RSG. Just making it so easy for him to play this one.
It is really, really, really tough. I was going to say easy. I mean, Yawn, that was immaculate from the side of Yawn, right? Being able to dodge everything and survive with a dot of his HP, knowing when to pull back instead of trying to greed for the kill. I think it shows, rather splits the difference between good Fanny players and bad ones.
Right now, bit of stalemate going in for the side of both these two teams. Bleed well, not too far away in terms of the gold lead, right? But in terms of map pressure, mid lane of RSG is already cracked. In fact, RSG has already had all their first tier turrets already gone. There's a lot of space for Bleed to work with, and that's because, you know, Yon's just going around with 8 kills, and Yon looking for it again.
Godzilla. Oh, the amount of damage are just going to be dishing out on the Godzilla, leaving him with only a sliver of health, but luckily not quite enough to really bring it down for now. Yon as well as gonna have to get himself a quick little recall, but now what happens to the river priority? Who is going to be able to claim control of the bottom lane? It kind of seems as though it is going to be Bleed, is doing extremely well, but in the meantime, Yon was hoping that he'll be able to run away, but that Lycan Pounce essentially tracked the Fanny all the way to the end of the cable.
Oh, here's the rise of RSG already. That's already bad news. You lose Yon. That's a shutdown goal given over to RSG. Look at that. The gold lead swinging in the favor of RSG already. And not only just that, the Lord priority given the oversight of RSG already.
Yeah, it seems like the Fanny was a little bit too out of control, but I was also going to mention that we did mention that Closer is one of the checks to the Fanny, and we start to see him outputting a lot of damage as the fight breaks out right now.
Taking a little bit too long, but the last Insanity finally just popped, allowing CS to actually pick up a kill down the gear. One of the most important players coming from the side of the Bleed is now taken down. Last, the final slash is just going to be stolen away from the side of... no, not stolen away, actually. It does seem like Godzilla. He did go down shortly after taking that out. But for now, Bray, he did manage to bring the Lord down, and that is all fine and dandy. So this allows RSG a lot more of a breathing space in this mid stages of the game.
And not only just breathing space, they create a space for themselves. Just take a look. Oh, that standing goal on the top side already pushed in. Bleed right here on the defense. They're just defending that. And now with the Lord adding on to the pressure against Bleed, Bleed has squandered away all of the lead.
Yeah, that's incredibly insane, right? So right now, the issue that Bleed has is that, yes, Yon is 8-1-0, but the issue is that Yon is 8-1-0, right? If you eliminate Yon, that's all the gold advantage, which is gone, or is dead. It's not participating in the team fight. And this Fanny is very, very squishy. Can get easily bursted down by Sagitno, who just picked up the Sea Halberd as well.
Yeah, not just that, CS has already secured himself the Grand Dragon Spear, a lot more damage, a lot of bursty damage. Yes, Yon can appear just a little bit, but that's only that small little time frame that CS need to take down Yon, and now Bleed on full defense instead.
What a change of events, what a turn of events.
Gear just going to be hoping that he'll be able to land something onto Closer, but unfortunately that is only going to allow Davey to slip between the cracks and land quite a bit of a knock-up onto the rest of the members for the side of Bleed. Yon wanting to be the hero. He's just going to be jumping himself over the way to the back lines, was hoping that he will be able to do some kind of assassination, but not quite. But the main thing is, they did manage to defend their base.
Yeah, but the time for Yon is already over. Yes, you had 8-1-0, you had the snowball, but now they squander away in the snowball. Look at RSG. It's already 4K gold lead, and Bleed is playing defensive right now, and that's not exactly what you expect coming out from this match.
Yeah, this lineup is supposed to be winning team fights. I mean, look, they have the Turismo, the penalty zone. They also have the Vexano for the Eternal Guard, but yet not enough damage is being outputted right now, as we potentially see a pick on the gear.
Gear bad position, but unfortunately the final slash is only connected onto one. With the last Insanity just going to be focusing down onto one, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to get too much out of it, with Sagitno taking the full brunt of damage from the last Insanity. And now the cleanup crew coming from the side of Yon was hoping he'll be able to do much, but we have Closer coming in clutch with the entire scenario, with his ultimate just going to be holding on to Yon to ensure that he will be able to save the rest of his teammates. And with that all said and done, RSG will be swooping in and trying to get a kill down on Seiji. The Lycan bounces in between, was hoping he will be able to get gear, but Bray is the one that blasted him into oblivion instead. With 3 of the other members from the side of RSG wanting to break down onto the inhibitor turret, Bray essentially loses his immortality while Closer slowly backs away.
This is not supposed to be how Bleed wants to play this game at all. RSG was allowed to scale all the way to the late game right here. In fact, they have more items. By the way, Bleed is a late game kind of roster. Yes, Yon was the one that ushered the late game over to Bleed, but Bleed feel like their growth is not there, Kwa.
No, it's not. They're being completely stomped by the side of SG right now. 4.2k gold lead at this point, and honestly, RSG looking extremely strong. And guess what, guys? Minotaur once again being a main problem for the side of Bleed. Bleed is not able to close the gap.
Yeah.
Zone control from Minotaur is absolutely insane.
And not only just the zone control coming off of Minotaur, but Bray also, those flamethrowers, right? You let him burn just a little bit more, that's true damage, and that's also slow. And that's why Bray really loves this X-Borg. And now, right now, we're just looking at the Lord. Half HP already. Yawn looking for time for him to come in with the cable retribution. Maybe it is now.
Lord, with 15,000 health to work with, RSG is just going to be parading around the Lord, waiting for the finest opportunity. But Sagino only lands on the one with the penalty zone. Well, David knocks up on the two. Sagino holding on to the back lines to ensure that Jay is just going to be A-okay. But a lot of people just going to be in the front line still. Bray finds himself taken down by the side of Gear. Gear's HP also going down, but he does have immortality. And while we do have the Lycan, it's just going to be pouncing in, clawing in, but doesn't really manage to find the kill down on the Gear. The rest of the members from the side of Bleed was content with the win.
Yeah, 3 for 1 Lord for now. But don't forget, Moskov can defend this. Don't forget, Bleed caught RSG in a very nice position. That's just one line that RSG needs to walk over to Bleed, and that's where Seiji truly shines.
I mean, honestly, the positioning from Yawn in that fight was immaculate, right? Like, he was recalling, actually, and then he saw the opportunity to strike back and clean up. He got Godzilla, he got, I think, Bray or Davey as well. So honestly, very, very well played by the side of Yawn. We're seeing signs of life from both teams. This game is closer than we thought.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I want to watch this original El Clasico. RSG going up against Bleed, right? And now it's just, yes, we're just waiting for the Lord to come up. Or has it already been cleaned up already, Abstract?
I'm pretty sure it's been cleaned up.
Yeah.
11 seconds, way past that already. That means that they actually cleaned it up pretty darn fast. If that didn't happen, then we'll be seeing that again in 41 seconds.
Yeah, and it goes to show, right, how RSG just kind of wasted that massive position they were able to secure for themselves, right? Because they greeded for the kill, they greeded for Seiji, and Seiji just output the damage all across. And take a look on another turret goes down in the favor of Bleed. That's the bottom lane that's cleaned up. As long as Bleed holds on to these 3 turrets, these 3 last bastions, what is side of Bleed? RSG is going to have a tough time cracking in.
I think this game could go either ways right now, honestly, right? The question is whether or not RSG or Bleed is going to be being able to pick off key targets like CS or Seiji, right? If either gold laners goes down, I reckon the advantage goes to that other team.
I believe that one of the other key from the side of Bleed is ultimately Seiji's positioning. They kind of have a lot of their eggs in this one basket to ensure that Seiji will be able to do a lot of bruising onto the side of RSG. But speaking of which, Bray has already lost his Viraga armor. He did manage to get himself away. He still has immortality though, but it doesn't seem like Seiji wants to teleport backwards because there's way too many people just right at the shadow. RSG getting themselves the kill onto Yawn is definitely a big win, and that is going to sync up with the Lord that will be coming up in 30 seconds while Yawn in 28 seconds. We're talking about Fanny after all.
Yeah.
But this Fanny would not have a purple buff, so that is going to be a very big difference.
Pick up right here, Bray losing the Firaga armor and also the immortality. Lost the sanity to just bugger out. RSG, that massive Bray big boss just walks into the bush in 5 members of Bleed, yet Bleed was unable to punish Bray. In fact, Yawn is the one get punished instead.
Yeah, no, it's... I mean, I honestly expected Bray to explode and just die, right? But what a turn of events the tables have turned indeed. And we see both teams eyeing the Lord at this point, hopefully doing a Lord dance right now.
Yep. Going into 51k total net worth for the side RSG. Most of the items should be clearly built up. Bleed still not too far away, but that difference right now could mean building towards an immortality, right? The lack of a bit more. There you go. Yawn has an immortality already. And now Bleed just need to make the play, and topside just doing a lot of damage. Moskov's just sent all the way up top. Closer.
Oh no.
Seiji's gonna commit to it. That's an EXP already committed.
But there could be a chance for Godzilla to actually make ends meet, as he did manage to go on for a full combo as well as the penalty zone. But he didn't expect Gear to come in to eventually help Seiji out. As such, RSG have already lost 2, while Bleed have lost a single one. The Lord is now currently available for the picking, but RSG understands that this is not the stand for them to hold on to.
Yeah, Seiji, that spear literally delivered a little bit more breeding chance, a bit more fighting chance against RSG when it looks so bleak for Bleed. And now look at the space that he created. Now Bleed is on the Lord.
A little bit of space, dude. This is a massive space. The tables once again has turned, and the Lord goes to the side of Bleed. 16 to 13 kills, and now Bleed is back in the driver's seat with the 500 gold lead. Yes, gold lead at this late of the game does not make too much of a difference, but wow, is the game's close.
Yeah, they're finding an equal fighting right here. Just take a look at the items. Most of them are almost well done, except for the mages, right? Mages items are really expensive because Holy Crystal, the inflation just hits them very hard. But you get the point, right? Now Bleed and RSG is fighting on equal footing, and now it's all about the space. Yes, RSG does have a lot of these turrets, but they're not going to be here for long because the Lord's marching down bot.
As it slowly marches in, the top lane is going to be slightly pushed out as well. RSG will want to put their foot down to ensure that the top jungle is still theirs for the picking. Bleed gonna have to find alternative positioning and just put their footing in a little bit of a different way. RSG is definitely not gonna go down without a fight. As you can see, RSG, they're still holding on.
Looking at Yon. Yon is trying to find a good angle to go in, and the Fanny is just able to move around the map so close. Now we are seeing Bleed knocking on the doors of RSG with
5 seconds
Lord.
flicker for gear.
It's so incredibly close.
Yep, Yon has a
Just
bit
flickers
shove top side, and now it's going to be Gear just zoning using the final slash, just making sure that mid lane turret is already cracked. And now the top side turret is going to be under threat. RSG has to deal with the Lord down bot. Yon looking for the assassination.
It doesn't seem like he will be able to do enough damage to bring Closer down though. But it's okay because both of these players, Closer as well as Yon, they can head back home and just recall pretty easily to get themselves back on track. But the main thing is Bleed did manage to successfully bring down the inhibitor turret in the middle lane, which is a pretty big deal.
It's a huge deal. I mean, right now, both top and bot towers on the side of RSG is incredibly low. That minion wave is going to crack the tower, I believe, especially with Yon there. And Yon is just going to be able to escape.
Yep, very good disengage tactics coming in from Bleed. Just constantly just trying to buy a little bit more time with the final slash as well as the Eternal Guard. But enough time for the top lane creeps to just eventually move in and allow Fanny to kind of swoop in for the final hit on the turret too.
I like CS's build right here. Haskell's already secured by CS, means that he's going to stay in the fight a little bit longer. Don't forget, Yon can always just assassinate, but if CS can out-sustain the damage of Yon, it will be over, right? So Bleed right now has to be a little bit more careful picking all these fights. And you can see how Yon actually started to switch his priority already. Instead of finding assassinations, I'm finding to push the side lanes to create space for the sides. And now RSG is only just left with one turret on the bottom lane.
It's not only the split pushing, right? He's also entering the fight at opportune timings, like Assassins should be, right? Assassins aren't meant to engage fights, they're meant to clean up. And that's exactly what Yon is doing. He's identified his role. He's seen that, hey, look, they've built a little bit more tanky so I can't burst them down, but I can clean up.
And don't forget, this is a very unfortunate positioning of the Lord spawn for the side of RSG. Don't forget, top side of RSG is clear out, means Super Minion is going to march up top instead. And because of that, it's always constantly shoved. RSG needs to send somebody all the way up top, constantly.
There will always be a numbers disadvantage for the side of RSG, but Yon, you gotta have to focus on the main issue here. It's not about killing anyone anymore. You gotta have to focus on the Lord, make RSG play their macro game and shove out the waves in the middle or the top lane while constantly applying pressure onto the Lord. But perhaps they still have Seiji there, so this is gonna be pretty fine and dandy.
Yeah, feels like Bleed is actually going to commit to this. They're actually going to start bursting it down because they saw CS all the way up top instead. RSG, Bray doesn't really have the Firaga armor right here. Just nice zoning out. Bleed secures the Lord.
Yep, created enough space. Bray now lost immortality. Now lost the second Firaga armor. But a quick little with the trunk and hoping that he'll be able to stay alive. But unfortunately, not really quite so. As Jay brings him down almost immediately. Seiji with a quick little blink forward, hoping that he'll be able to get a kill on Dairy, but it couldn't really quite connect. Seiji with just a sliver of health. He gotta have to heal back a little bit more from the purple buff before going back into the game. Does he actually manage to land anything? But no, CS, he found the opportunity. He managed to get a kill down on Seiji, granting him a killing spree. Jay is taken down as well, granting him a double, very potentially on a triple.
No.
But Yon, he goes in, assassinates on the Godzilla, but the triple kill granted over to CS and followed through with a maniac Bleed. They were way too thirsty.
Yeah, but then again, CS did Haskell's just going in, just help him sustain all this while. And that's the difference between Seiji and CS. Seiji thought he could just, you know, regen out the auto attack damage with Inspire, but it did not pop because the amount of CCs is just so much from the side of RSG.
Look at the replay right now. We see the fight being actually initiated. We see the Lord being secured on the side of Bleed, but we do see a fight being broken out because Bray is so low. But he buys enough time as we see a huge Minoan Fury coming out from the side of Dairy. CS sees the opportunity, doing tons of damage at this point.
Oh no. Yeah, not only just that. In fact, during the replay, it's going to be clean up. RSG, there's a clear red carpet in the middle, but no one to basically usher the VIP, to usher the win.
Look at Seiji, look at Seiji.
The Spear of Destruction lands onto Bray. He hopes that he will be able to go for a little bit of backdoor play, trying to get the final hit down on Bray, but Godzilla comes to join in the fray. Even when he comes down, Godzilla even steal the spear. But CS and Dairy, they joined in, and even with closer, Seiji, all alone, he still managed to bring one down before falling down on his face.
And the best part is you bring the marksman along with you. No pushing power from the side of RSG. Bleed, Seiji, what a play!
It looked a little bit desperate, not gonna lie, but that was incredible. Seiji being the one to make these plays closer, looking really low.
Man, what is this fight? It's just a scrappy fight from both these two teams. Bleed the Darna's trying to end it right there and then, but RSG punishes Seiji's greed.
But both teams at this point in time, it seems like they have thrown all caution into the wind.
But back to step one.
Back to step one. They have their goal right in their eyes. For Bleed, they have got all the inhibitor turrets down. They know that they want to end this. They went in absolutely thirsty, hungry for more.
Yep.
But it only fell completely backwards.
Bloodthirsty indeed. Yawn also doing the same. Closer, get chunked down half HP. The members of RSG already reinforcing. Jay has to bugger out of there. That's going to be a flicker.
Double flicker.
Minoan Fury
1-for-1
wasted as well.
It's going to be a 1-for-1 that's been taken away. The Lord is currently still available at the northeastern side of the map. None of these teams seems to have gotten much of a priority over that, but Blade is slowly making their way over to the Lord, while RSG not really showing themselves too much of the map, especially for CS.
Yeah, the longer that Bleed delays this is going to be beneficial for them because they have 3 open waves pushing up against RSG, but no, instead, they're just going to force an issue. Looking at the Lord right here, Hikwa.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be started on the side of Bleed. RSG is in somewhat of a position. Closer is not even close, actually.
Yawn went
Yawn
down over to find Roger, and Yawn manages to clinch it onto CS. And now Yawn himself is missing because Bray went in with the last insanity to take him right off. That means we have one marksman from the side of RNG taken down, and one of the junglers from the side of Bleed.
Oh,
This is just going to erupt into an entire explosive gameplay coming from both sides, allowing Closer to eventually get the kill down on the Moskov. 2 main players from the side of Bleed has now been taken down, allowing RSG to go for a decent fight back.
Man, Bleed and RSG, that felt personal right there, right? Like, Seiji just committed to it. Once Yawn just commits onto CS, Bray goes in to respawn. But instead of going for the Lord, they had to go back to defend the base because the minions are pushed up against RSG.
Honestly, the plays are looking more and more desperate, right? It feels like they really want to close the game. But guys, Lord is right there. Whoever secures the Lord is almost guaranteed to close the game at this point. Death timers are close to 1 minute at right now, and CS is gonna have that spawn advantage over Bleed, over Seiji and Yawn.
Yep.
RSG needs to make a move.
Penalty zone connected down on the Bray. They did manage to bring Bray's HP all lower than 50% HP. It is not going to be an easy long take for anyone at all.
Yep.
Yes, maybe we don't have the jungler for the side of Bleed, but RSG understands the kind of care and concern that they're gonna have to put into the game because they still gotta have to respect the amount of damage that Jay puts out. Dairy jumps in, he wants to just capitalize this kill down on the gear. He still have immortality though, but a quick little explosive hit coming from CS did manage to pop that immortality, but Yawn goes in for a quick drive-by, only for Closer to come from the top lane. Where are you coming from, Closer? How are you catching onto Yawn? Allowing them, Godzilla, to bring the Yawn down. No more Fanny, no more Bray as well. Oh wait, never mind, he does have immortality, so he's gonna be A-okay. There could be a chance that Seiji might be able to pull off a big play as long as he has his spear, but never mind, as now we do have Godzilla just gonna be right in front of the main battles. A lot of RSG players are all down to his sliver. The moment that Bleed finds that single spear, it could very potentially end a lot of these players' lives.
RSG knows it. They cannot go ahead and burst the Lord down because don't forget, as minions pushed up against RSG, you can see how Seiji committed that mid lane push to make sure RSG is kept in check. You cannot kill Bray because of Firaga armor, because of the immortality. It makes it so hard for Bleed to go through.
This is a 28-minute or 29-minute game, guys. It is absolutely bonkers. You mentioned already that this is one of the longest beefs, one of the longest matchups in MPL SG. Oh man.
Tons of poke going through from the side of RSG, but they have managed to find that opportunity. They have managed to get themselves the kill on the gear. The main setup coming from the side of Bleed. No more gear for the next 1 minute. This would allow RSG to have a very smooth raid onto the Lord.
Yeah, but do they engage the Lord right now? Yes, RSG does have 5 members. Bleed doesn't really have the playmaker right here unless Yon comes in, swoops the Lord away. But RSG, you can see how Derry, Godzilla, and also CS is just making sure that they secure this Lord for themselves.
But there's one thing that they have no information on, and that is going to be Fanny. Fanny has just moved his way up to the top lane. He wants the blood of Closer. Immortality pop. Winter Trunkian board just going to be used. Will he have enough money to follow Gomi?
No energy!
Yo!
Massive blood
He whiffed! He whiffed and wasn't able to get a kill down on Closer. When such, Gear is still on a 20-second timer and Yon is on a 17% timer as well. This gives the opportunity for RSG to once again take the Lord.
RSG wrestles control all the way back, but don't forget they have to deal with these minions. But don't forget the minions for the side of RSG are here along with the Lord. They have a lot more pushing power, and Bleed have to lick the wounds for the next 40 seconds.
Yon is, the death timers are absolutely insane right now. It was more than a minute if you die. So the teams are playing extremely, extremely careful. They have to play extremely careful. We see the RSG is pushing on all 3 lanes. I don't know, man. If it was me, I was just grouped up in mid and just shoved it down, ran it down mid.
Yeah, that's exactly what RSG might be doing right here. But don't forget, Seiji does have a lot of pushing power right here. Godzilla opening damage.
I don't think they have answers for CS anymore, as Derry is just going to be launching 4% up in the air. Sorry, 3% up into the air. Derry's HP not looking great now, but for some reason, Bray did manage to get a kill down to Seiji as well. Just going to be left with 3 members from the side of Bleed. RSG is just going to be stomping things down. Closer just going to ding on the kill right after he comes back in. And Sakinu completely untouched, unable to touch anyone at all as well.
The revenge has been served cold for the side of RSG against Bleed. They are not happy for that results in the regular season, and they pay it back double time.
What a game! Absolutely, absolutely insane game 1. Congratulations to RSG for being able to close the game, but look at their faces. They aren't satisfied with the game that they just won. Right? They know mistakes were made. They know that they had things that they had grounds that they need to cover, right? But, I mean, congratulations nonetheless. That was a super, super, super close game.
Yeah, I don't think that anyone would be satisfied with that kind of brawl that they have went through for, 15 minutes straight? Yeah. Any team that find themselves in that kind of situation, they just ended up focusing on just one thing. That light at the end of the tunnel, just that win. Anything in between, the journey is completely thrown right out. And I think that Bleed as well as RSG, they have lost composure for this game.
They did.
So I just hope that the next game, okay, not say hope, but I think that the next game, the deciding factor is whichever team that is able to reclaim themselves and just calm themselves down to view the game in a more macro view.
Yeah, this game has devolved into more of a mental game. This game is not about just a Bleed versus RSG right now. This is the RSG defending the brand. They want to maintain in the upper brackets. Loser would drop down to the lower brackets to fight against Vanguard. And Bleed, by the way, they've invested so much into MPL Singapore. And now, this is a game they should win according to the stats of regular season. But no, the RSG is giving Bleed a lot of trouble.
I mean, look, man, I've said what I needed to say, but let's check out what the MVP of the match is. It will be Davey on the Minotaur. Guys, Minotaur, MVP twice already today.
Man, it's just... Yeah, it's the Minotaur days, man. If you want to be MVP, you go for the Minotaur. But Derry did serve his purpose, right? You can see a lot of these circles that he built, right? And just just not allowing the Fennec just step into and touched onto the damage dealers from the side of RSG. That circle of protection that Dairy was able to buy, and you can see whenever he used the Minuan's Fury, everybody from the side of Bleed has to bugger out.
They all understand the crucial play that a Minotaur is capable of bringing onto a single team fight. The moment that you get hit by perhaps the skill 1 or perhaps even the ultimate itself, you know that precious time is lost. And during those precious time, you can pretty much be able to bring one person down. And, well, looking right at Fanny over there, right?
Yep.
Fanny has been caught a couple of times, maybe whiffed a couple of times, but ultimately, I believe that it was greed that got over Yon.
Maybe it's also Kim creating space, right? But let's take a look at the MVP highlights. Q participation 81%. We kind of forgot to mention about that one. It's just making it so hard for Yon to find assassination, right? Yes, this early game highlight, yeah, it's Yon's game to play, right? He was at a period of time is 8-0-2, right? But all of a sudden, because when the items from the side of CS start to build up, the hardcore start to build in, and Derry just creating this no-go zone for the side of Bleed, in these specific choke points, it makes it hard for Bleed to assassinate.
Yeah, look, Bleed's window of opportunity to close the game was smaller and smaller as the game went by, right? And the thing is that Davey did not make it easy. We see him here just being in the front lines, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Teacher Kim's going to point this out later on, but Davey was positioning himself in places that prevented or dissuaded, you know, Bleed from going into his team. And that was all he needed to do. Right, I made a joke a couple times about how Minotaurs just needed to stand still and be a statue, right? But honestly speaking, the window, the area of space, the zone control that Minotaur has is busted.
Man, this is the Spirit of Destruction that Seiji sent all the way to the end. Yes, he was able to take down 1% at a time, but unfortunately, it wasn't. He has the idea, all right? But unfortunately, execution did not go to how he wanted. The reality wasn't what he expected, right? And unfortunately, in this last particular fight, I just feel like throughout the whole game, in this game number 1, is that our Bleed was able to bait RSG into places where their draft is strong, right? But somehow RSG survived that. And I feel it's because of Derry just slowing down whatever plans that Bleed has cooked for them.
Slowing down or preventing, you know, because I mean, like I said, just by being there, he's completely not allowing Bleed to enter into his team.
Yep.
You see, all items are built up. I mean, this is not a surprise. This is a 31-minute game, by the way. So this is basically the combined series time of the first series in the
That's
one
a lot
game.
of series in one word.
I mean, but it's true, right? It's the combined time of one series into one game.
Yeah. Both, especially RSG, is not going down without a fight, right? Especially RSG has a lot more to prove. Don't forget, RSG ditched their imports, and now they're going up against Bleed, one of their eternal nemesis back in a few seasons ago. RSG has a brand to defend.
I think that this sets quite a message to everyone as well as to Bleed themselves, right? That despite the outcome of what happened in the regular season, things are definitely going to be different whenever RSG gets the chance to learn, chance to repeat things again. They would do things differently. And in this case, well, technically very differently, whereby they all just went all in brawl. But the most important thing is getting themselves the victory. That one victory out away from Bleed, that is a statement.
Yeah, and RSG just showed perseverance, right? And yeah, they're not allowing that mental state from the regular season to kind of affect them. And yeah, they finally delivered game number 1. Just have to see it through for game number 2 in order to lock in going up into the semifinals.
Yeah, look, you know, in games like this, right, I'm really not sure what the output or what the outcome of the next game is going to be.
Yeah, me too.
Because usually you see like one team snowballing the other or a really close match. But the thing is that this is a 31 game, right? 31 minutes game. Anything could happen in the next game, honestly. And I think in terms of cleaning up their plays, right, what do we want to see from the teams here?
I think right now it's just Bleed has to cool. I think Bleed and also RSG, they just have to cool down. It's like what I think one of us just mentioned earlier just now. The first one that maintained the composure, going to the second game, should win. Because game 1, you can see that they put their hearts on the Land of Dawn itself, trying to win. Everything goes. Even fighting all the way to tooth and nail.
Yeah, I think
Claw.
they really didn't care about the KDA at that point. They just wanted the game to win. They wanted the game to end.
Yeah, it's understandable that each player have their own way that they wanted the game to end, right? It seems as though Seiji wants to play around the Lord because they already have the advantage when it comes down to the lanes. They are naturally going to be pushing in.
Yeah, and I think that was the right call, right? Finding the Lord, trying to push in with the Lord.
Yep.
And I mentioned, I think, right before the last Lord was taken, that whoever takes the Lord is going to win the game. But the thing is that both teams are trying to fight for it, right? So
Yeah.
it's not an easy battle to say.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the damage dealt. In fact, Bleed was the one that deals more damage because Seiji was just splashing damage all across the board. And of course, turret damage almost equal. It was because of that Lord fight, because of that Lord pit fight that caused it to swing in the favor of RSG once again. But oh my goodness, just take a look at the total heal
Yeah, I was going to say
from
that
Bray.
as well. And it's not only Bray, right? It's Bray and Hades, the two of them. Oh, sorry, yeah, the Bray and Davey, sorry.
That's right.
The two of them just being able to heal up so much. But we have to also kind of give a nod towards Jay, right? Jay, towards the late game, uses his second skill, and literally half of the HP bars just gets deleted. This is broken.
It's all
That's
about
right.
skill shots, right? That at a point in time, everyone are a threat. Technically, we saw Fanny putting quite a bit of threat on the closer. We've seen Vexana with Eternal Gun. In fact, all of the chains just absolutely scary. Perhaps even the Roma, when it comes down to gear, his setup itself is also dangerous. And we saw how it eventually snowballed into a victory from RSG because they are just finding these opportunities. Without gear, there is going to be gaps in the lineup of Bleed, and they will just eventually break their way in.
Yep, let's take a look at the analysts for this particular game. Kin, what do you have for us?
Right, it's my turn, and yes, I will be filling the gaps for you guys. And we're going to start off with Davey here. He had a wonderful performance on this Minotaur. He's going to help RSG achieve a couple of things. First thing first, look at this position here, right? I'm going to just pause this at this point. Yeah, right before the fight starts, right? If you're RSG, what's the one person you want to kill? You want to kill Sage. Right? He has been phenomenal this entire game. The 1v1s, the 1v3, and the bot lane as well. And so the whole idea is let's get rid of AG, right? And this started by David itself with the Manoan. Onto 3 members, not just on stage as well, right? Question is, hey, it's just a Manoan Fury, where's the rest of the damage going to come from? You're going to see that in a beautiful piece of teamwork here by CS, who's going to jump straight in right into the face of Sage. And that's not the end of the combo, there's more to come, right? Another thing that happens during this transition is actually, I think, it's a bit unfortunate, but Sagitno actually missed his penalty zone here. That caused a few problems because they had no follow-up damage after that. So in the midst of that, while they're chasing in, Bray coming in to make sure he's a deterrent against the rest of Bleed. And if you take a look at it closely, CS as well as Davey actually make it out safely, and they are going to help impact the second part of this fight as well. Right, so once they make their escape, Bray is going to come in with the fire sticks as well. Here comes the next difference, right? First thing first, Jay. He did a very good job of the Deathly Grasp, getting a couple of the stuns as well, but they needed the backup, right, from the rest of his teammates, such as Gear, as well as, I think it was Sagitnu, right? Now, what's going to happen here? Here is the counter play by Mr. Godzilla himself. He is the one who actually keeps them in check with the Shadow Strike Arcane Shade combination, getting the Terrify on them, so there was no one to follow up on Jay's combination as well. And with that, it is the end of the story because here comes Closer once again with his Paquito, killing them with a knockout blow, and that will be the game for RSG. Now, it's a tough pill to swallow for the side of Bleed. They did wonderfully, especially Seiji. He was my MVP for this game, at least for the side of Bleed. But RSG, you can never count them out, and I'm super excited to see what they have in store for the second set in this best of 3 series. Boys, that's all my time. It's back to you.
Thank you very much, Ken. And yeah, I like the fact that he chose that particular last game to kind of break it down, because you can also start to see RSG is definitely winning in terms of the fight in attrition, right? Bray coming in at the very last moment to kind of secure the kill onto Seiji. Once Seiji is down, there's not a lot of defense coming out from the side of Bleed, and after that, just RSG is just stomping all across the crystal.
Technically speaking, we did manage to see a lot of opportunities that were presented over to RSG to either focus on the single objective, end the game, or bring down standing objectives, etc., etc., etc. Because of I would say probably the greediness coming from Bleed, it didn't really quite pan out that well. And I think that if RSG were a little bit more decisive with their ideas as to what they gotta have to do, I'm pretty sure that they should be able to punish a lot of these mistakes that Bleed has made throughout that entire game.
Yeah, we talk about the punishing of the greed, we talk about the greediness. Maybe it's not the greediness. Maybe it's the hot-headedness, right? That I really want to win, the focus. Maybe it's a little bit too much.
The desperation almost.
Desperation. And don't forget, ladies and gents, they're also sitting on the OSIM chair that helps them to maintain said composure. Don't forget they have the V-hand technology. Once they turn it on, it makes sure it can carry your back really, really well. And of course, these V-hand massage chair is also helpful to build, to help your blood flow circulate just a little bit so that you don't have so much blood in your head. And it kind of spreads around. Hot-headed, that's why that term comes around. And, you know, make sure they are in tip-top shape going to game number 2. And they definitely have to turn it on right now.
They definitely have to turn it on right now. Hey, sus once again, but the chairs themselves are extremely comfortable, and definitely would recommend you to try it out. I think we have a couple outside as well, so if you're in the area, drop by. You know, you can sit down on it, feel how comfortable it is, and you know, perhaps get one yourself.
Especially, especially the best part is when this is like something perfect for an office chair.
Not the red ones, the black ones.
I think I dig all the colors, right? So apart from the Optimus Prime skin, by the way, there's also the Mlbb skin. There's also the black one that looks really sleek. You can basically work from home, put it on while you type, while you work. You're basically just like de-stress at the same time. It's like, you know, 2 in 1.
Can you imagine bringing this into office, right? Everyone else has like black office chairs and yours bright red and blue. Way to stand out, man.
Yeah,
I'm
stand
special.
out. I'm special. My mom told me I'm special.
All right, so moving on, guys. In regards to the Bleed versus RSG game, right? Okay, I asked this question a bit earlier, right? But specifically speaking, what do we want to see from RSG? What do we want to see from Bleed?
I guess for the side of Bleed, just methodical plays. Methodical plays and understand what your team wants. Because I can kind of see like this joint. I'm not too sure whether I'm seeing it right or not. But Seiji and Yon gets the idea that we can end the game with numbers disadvantage. While Seiji sees the game as to we can end this game with the lane priority. And both will kind of seem like they're trying to do their own thing. I'm not too sure whether they are trying to do that concurrently to see which one works out. But in the meantime, I would want to see RSG being more decisive. When the opportunity comes up for them, strike while the iron's hot.
Yeah, look, we saw a little bit of that in the last fight, right? If they weren't decisive and, you know, knowing who to kill, who to target down, that last fight may have gone completely wrong because they were all at a sliver of HP by the end of the team fight. So I'm 100% agreeing with you that RSG needs to choose what they want to do, choose their objectives, and narrow down on that sooner rather than later. But I'm a bit more confident in RSG going into this game. 1, because they won a long battle of mental attrition. 2, because they won the team fight very, very well as well.
So honestly, coming up to this game, both teams need to be calm. They need to go back onto the drawing board. I'm not too sure what did they do or what kind of things their coach has said to them at the backstage. But it better not be a scolding, because usually scolding is just gonna be like, oh crap, downward spiral.
Tilt Central?
Yeah, Tilt Central. Yeah.
But
I call it Tilt City.
You know,
Tilt City.
You know, if I were either passive as a coach, I'll just turn on all the OSIM chairs right now.
I mean, because he's passive. Passive.
Hey, come on.
All right, so moving into the pick and bans, we see on the side of RSG, Hellkurt, Roger, as well as Aloy being banned out. And on the side of Bleed, we see Kadita and Angela banned. I want to see whether Minotaur gets banned.
Not only just that. Now this slot, do you ban the Mathilda or you leave the Harith?
Like for RSG or Bleed?
For Bleed.
Oh, for Bleed. Okay.
Now, which one do you leak? You give Mathilda to Derry, and all of a sudden RSG has more room to play around. Don't forget, Derry was also very comfortable in playing those soft supports. And now, okay, Bleed decides to go and ban away the Harith, which is like 100% pick ban rate in MPL Singapore.
I mean, even with the nerf, Harif is still extremely strong, and respect. So much respect is given towards the side of Harif. I completely agree with you. Davey looks incredibly strong in Matilda. I think this would be an excellent first pick on the side of RSG SG. We'll see whether they agree with us.
No. Okay, they're gonna secure the Moscow itself
Okay.
instead. That's actually a double threat coming off from Bleed. Yes, I would not ban the Matilda, I'll leak it out, but you have to take the Moscow away for the side of RSG. But now, Bleed, we're looking at Seiji right here, right? The Roger's already gone. What else can he play?
I don't think that they will want to care about Roger. Honestly, I feel that Roger being banned is not really a necessary thing, but maybe they're just going to be real careful about that. There's still quite a lot of gold laners that are still currently available onto the board. There are Claude being one of the most obvious ones, because we're already looking at Fredrin and an Arlet, both of which are really good when it comes down to team fight scenarios. And yeah, I personally say Claude.
It could be a Claude.
What about Natan?
Yeah, Nathan is also
It works
decent.
as well, yeah. They
Yeah.
both pretty much fulfill the same idea. I personally say that Claude might be good only because of the fact that Moscow's has got pretty good split push potential, and Claude is able to kind of be on par to a certain extent.
Yeah,
true,
it's a lot
that's
more flexibility for the Claude, in my opinion. More AoEs, in my opinion, because the Nathan is just too reliant on the ultimate, right? If you notice that in win rates in other regions, Nathan wasn't really performing as well. So yeah, right now, Bleed, it's up to them. Do they want to prioritize Seiji right here, right now in this particular pick? If not, RSG is going to start locking down on these marksmen.
I feel like they should, right? Because the second... Paquito gets
Paquito.
picked up, but Sagito,
Okay.
yes, this is one of his signature picks. Yes, Paquito is going to be able to match up with the split push potential for Moskov, but this puts Seiji in a little bit of danger. I expect to see gold lane bans coming up from the side of RSG.
Yeah, Matilda completely forgotten by both of these two teams. Both these two teams not looking at it at all. RSG looking at taking more gold laners away. There you go. That's the Nathan remove.
Ha! Natan ban. See,
The next one is going to be Claude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not too sure about that. But for the side of Bleed, okay, so they have already fulfilled their EXP, roam, and jungle. What's left is going to be their mid lane as well as their gold lane. Gold lane, you're not really spoiled for choices. But in the mid lane, that is a choice that we're going to have to make, right? Understandably, with Kadita, Loi all going to be gone, what are some of our other choices that we can look at?
We can look at the
that's so
Vixanas.
interesting.
Right,
Flooring
this-
got banned out.
Yeah, we can look at the Vixanas, right? But Florian, yep, that's a nod over to the Dairy once again. Unless Bleed could look into going to Matilda. Right now, it's
Nah.
just...
Bleed. Gear only ever plays
Arlott.
EXP roles.
EXP roams.
Like
that's right.
FMM.
True.
Hey,
True.
guess what? You got the Claude ban as well.
Hey!
So I guess we were both right.
RSG have the right idea, right?
Yeah.
They know what they know what they want to do, but that is also going to be putting Bleed in a kind of a chokehold, I say. One of the other marksmen that generally just does well in teamfight scenarios, I mean, Ixia?
I wonder.
Off, right?
I wonder if they're gonna try to force or like funnel Bleed into a carry pick, right? And then just
Oh.
avoid picking tanks from there, right? Because I mean, in terms of premier gold laners, right? The only one left is the carry.
There we go. No, that's a Farsa coming out from the side of Bleed instead. Jay picking that up.
Wow.
Farsa picking up a lot of traction these days. Finally get to see in the competitive scene. Looking forward to how Jay perform on this Farsa. So a lot of movement, a lot of mobility in their draft right now, right? Paquito can also split push. Farsa can also fly together. Arlott can also does have the mobility to match. Now it's just about RSG, right? Like, we're back to them. EXP laners open for them to take. There's also the roam. Question mark for the side of Derry. The Grok is still open if they want to go for it.
Yeah, I think
Matilda
what
as
Kwa
well.
said has a very good point. This is all about Bleed choosing whether they want to go for carry. They want to have the final say as to RSG's lineup. They don't want to soft ban anything.
Ooh.
Okay, now with Grok and Esmeralda, carry is perfect. Carry is absolutely perfect.
Yep. There you go.
Called
Qua
it.
just predicted every single draft right here, ladies and gents. He is rolling.
Call the carry. I mean, look, it makes sense, right? You don't ban the Grok. You force RSG to pick the Grok. You force RSG to kind of pick a tankier EXP laner, and in return you pick the carry so that you can then counter, or quote-unquote counter that. But we see Derry on the Grok. Derry's Grok is formidable. I don't think he's going to take this he's not going to die that easily.
Not only just that, the Grok is also a very good answer over to the far side going to the Feather Airstrike, right? So, yeah, wow, I haven't said Feather Airstrike in a long time. Yeah, man. And don't forget.
Yeah, I mean, Grok's Guardian Wall, right? That
Can't
is
deny.
probably like made to disrupt the Feathered Airstrike.
And
Like, you don't have any other reason to use it except to block people, block creeps.
Yeah, because this is the kind of draft that Bleed just ignores the walls, right? Keto, Fredrin, Arlott, and also the Carrick can literally jump over walls. But ladies and gents, we're going to go into the Bleed room just a little bit before we go into the Land of Dawn. Don't forget, I feel like right now, it's all up to how Bleed plays this properly, right? The mobility, the positioning. If not, RSG is just going to start, you know, abusing the fact that they have a lot more lockdowns as compared to Bleed.
All right, so keep in mind, right, that I think on the side of Bleed as well, they're playing a composition that wants to go all in onto one target. They want to move around the map. They want to pick off targets, and I think that with this lineup, they're going to be able to do that. So the question is, are they going to execute it properly this time?
Right now, it's just standard starts coming up both sides. Both teams, looking at the Litho already. I think that is, Yon securing that one away instead. But Bray's still not too far away in terms of EXP lead.
They're all just going to be poking each other, and of course, having a really good idea as to how their damage fares against the enemies. To be honest, the early game isn't really much of a most entertaining part of the game. But of course, understanding how the funnel works and how the macro coming from both of these teams, who do they prioritize? Understandably for Bleed, right? They would want to prioritize onto the gold lane a little bit more, while RSG wants to focus on the EXP lane a tad bit more.
Hold on, guys. Seiji is going for Brave Smite emblem instead. Usually when you see this, it could go into a tank carry, but tank carry was nerfed a couple of patches ago.
Hard. It was nerfed pretty hard as well, but we still saw some people picking it.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
it could be a tank carry?
Maybe you've forgotten to change the emblem?
Nah, okay, we just have to see the items later on.
Yeah,
but maybe it's because, you know, you get to lane properly against CS as well. Don't forget, Moskov can be quite punishing in the early game, does a lot of damage, but now Turtle has spawned. All these two seem looking at it. Godzilla should be able to take all the way to level 4. Gear doesn't have level 4 yet. Has to back off to respect RSG.
RSG is all rather spread out. Dairy definitely have a very good idea as to where Jay and Dawn is at this point in time. But the Feather Airstrike is just going to be popped here in the middle lane, just ensuring that they will be able to create quite a decent zone to ensure that Dairy, Godzilla, and Bray is not going to come anywhere close. That Godzilla's own Feather Airstrike just going to be popped, but it doesn't seem like they managed to do much to kill anyone. Sakito's HP did manage to drop all the way down to a sliver, so that's pretty much good enough. The last insanity just going to be popped, as well as the Appraisal's Wrath from Yon very essentially helped them to pick up the turtle all for themselves. And RSG, they know that they can't follow up anymore from this point onwards. They're gonna have to back off.
Yeah, I blame the Litho right there. Right? Bleed securing the Litho right there gives a lot more EXP lead over to Yon. That's why he's able to secure it. He's level 5 first, while Bray is only stuck at level 2.
One kill for one turtle. I'm not sure if that's a necessarily good trade, but we do see RSG leading the gold lead by just about 50 gold. Oh wait, it's going back and forth. It's still almost net at this point of the game. The fights are pretty close so far, hey?
Yeah, definitely in the early game, but hold on a second. That's Derry. Wild Charge already committed. Spear of Destruction will whip.
It doesn't seem like Godzilla will be able to get away with this alive. Oh, never mind. Did manage to bleed with a quick little Feathered Airstrike. We're hoping that they will be able to get a little bit more zoning and control over to the side of Godzilla. But fortunately, that raid from Bleed didn't really work too well, as Bray still have managed to take his own purple buff.
Yeah, you can see the gold energy in the mid lane for the side of RSG turrets. It's kind of low. It means that Bleed is actually doing quite well in the mid lane priority, but I think Bray, that swipe right there just kind of forced Bray to use the last insanity to just get out.
This game is, you can definitely feel the players, the air being really heavy, I think, on the side of both teams right now. Tension is extremely high. We do see a potential gank happening in the EXP lane.
Yep, they're just going to ignore that for now because RSG is already right there. Turtle's going to spawn in the bottom lane instead. Both of these two teams are just freezing it. They're not giving as much information as possible. They know more or less where each other is, so they're just psyching it up. They just don't want to lose anybody, especially when the Turtle should be spawning right about now.
Alright, I have a question for both you guys. Why the Esmeralda pick into this team comp?
We're just gonna hold that thought for a little bit and come back to that question, as we do have Jay as well as Gear finding themselves pretty darn low. Jay right behind the turret, popping off with the feathered airstrike, very effectively dispatched the X-Ball.
Yeah, and that's one person that you don't want to lose, especially going into the turtle fights. Don't forget, RSG secured 2 turtles in game number 1, allowed them to kind of remain relevant in the fight. But to answer that question earlier just now, I think the Esmeralda, but hold on, second gear.
We are not gonna be able to touch on the topic for any time soon, but we do have Closer that's just gonna be finding himself sticking right onto Yon as well as Gitnu. The build up onto the shields and the stacks just ensure that he stays around the fight like a very pesky mosquito.
Yep, Turtle giving over to Bleed right there. RSG, yep, you can start to see Godzilla picking out a core item. In fact, Closer already picked up the book as well. So, yeah, that's item power spike for the side. RSG just waiting for him to pop off. Bleed, on the other hand, you know, Jay should be hitting the power spikes first, especially with the feather airstrike. But I want to see him using it to Zoe most of the time. But whoa, hold on a second. Instead of going for the lightning chunk, he went for the blood wings instead.
And now Gear finds himself facing the ground, and he was not able to do anything from this point onwards. RSG managed to successfully pick up Gear once again. All of these pick-off tactics from RSG is working out pretty darn nicely. Sigurd just joined into the fray here in the middle lane, forcing Godzilla to expend a flicker in order to get himself to safety.
Yep, top side, Seiji putting 1v2 once again, but that's so normal for the side of JJ. Does not have the feather airstrike, so he's just gonna let Bray just walk off limping away. Right now, it's just too equal. I can't really seem to tell who is actually picking up any form of steam.
Honestly, I think it's in terms of gold, right? Bleed is 1k gold ahead at this point. Bray looking really low.
Bray going down to the hands of Seiji. Well, now we also have the wild charge from the side of Derry, hoping that he will be able to connect in on Gear to do a little bit more. CS completely untouched. Well, he's just getting some free hits. The Appraiser's Wrath just going to be landing on top onto a decent amount of people, while Yon just going to be soldiering through all 3 members banking on him. And he knows just how tanky he is.
RSG doesn't really have enough damage there, Kwon.
Yeah, I was gonna say Fredrin is one beefy boy. He's just walking away as if nothing happened. But do you see what I mean just now, right? This team composition that Bleed has picked is meant to do this.
Oh, Godzilla did not really quite respect some safe distancing away from Sagitno.
Oh, that was still 2019.
I know, right?
Yeah, so like I was saying, right? Like, this is what Bleed is trying to do. They're trying to move around the map as a team. They're trying to pick off and get 1 or 2 kills every time they gank a lane. And that's how they're going to get their advantage for the rest of the game.
Play down to the bottom lane. Wild charge connect down to the Seiji. How is Seiji going to get himself away? No way he can. No way, Jose.
Training concealed just for that one is extremely well, right? Like, especially how you give the kill over to CS as well, but it seems like Bleed will be focusing on the turtle instead.
Dairy should not be getting in there. Just be a little bit cheeky, showing that maybe RSG, maybe Bleed should back off because RSG is in the area. Bleed calls the bluff and takes the turtle from there. Right now, it's a 3-turtle lead to Bleed. Bleed has gotten everything that they want.
Yeah, and not only just that, not only just the 3 turtles they've secured, there's also secured 3 turrets of RSG already, so there's a lot more space for them to work with. But I don't know why we're not really excited about this. Maybe because we've seen how Bleed, you know, could just squander it away just in the blink of an eye, especially in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, once RSG gets the goal, gets the turrets to go, it's going to even out quite a bit. It's already down to 1k right now, and RSG still has 2 turrets left. This game is very similar to the first one, actually. The pace is quite slow. Both teams kind of respecting each other, still trying to do jabs when they should be doing crosses at this point. But I mean, both teams just giving utmost respect. They do not want to waste any kind of opportunity that they see the other team give.
Yep, looking at the damage dealt, highest in the chart right here is Jay. Evidently, because of Feather Airstrike, it's an AoE burst. He's starting to use it quite well, in my opinion, just finding the pickoffs, and that's extremely something that RSG need to pay a lot of attention. A very low kill score kind of game right now. Bleed is just trying to macro it out instead.
and they are doing extremely well, right? 3 turrets gone already. They're able to push in all their lanes as well. The RSG having to be playing a little bit defensively. Wow, Brave popped the Blast Insanity really, really early. I guess he just did not want to get caught. Like I said, I think both teams are giving a bit too much respect to each other at this point, but they are also cognizant that one mistake can cost and end their whole MPL season.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Like the fact that you don't want to go to the lower brackets, especially with your bleed right now. You don't really want to make any mistakes. Showing respect over side of RSG is completely normal. You don't disrespect Bray. Yes, he is an export. Yes, he should not be that tanky, but my man knows the limits and the ins and outs of this particular hero. You can see the fact that Asteroid already committed, but it's our bleed to secure and zone for the Lord. Lord goes over to bleed.
All the main objectives are being taken by the side of bleed right now. The question is, what are they gonna do with this lead?
We're looking at about 2,000 gold lead, but hold on a second. We do have Seiji's HP all the way dropped down as Bray, as well as Closer, they did manage to find themselves connecting down to Seiji. They went straight in for the most important player at hand, and that is Seiji himself. In the meantime, Jay all the way to the back line with the feathered airstrike also did manage to get the quick clip down onto CS, but Davey with the power of nature closes things out, as well as the barriers, getting himself a double kill. Might be even to get himself a triple, would be funny, but Godzilla takes the final hit onto the final member of Bleed.
Oh, 5-man wipeout. That's not exactly what you want if you're supporting Bleed right here, but there is a Lord marching up top. It's going to get squandered away, and look at the gold lead. Swings back in the favor of RSG.
And keep in mind that turrets have not been taken yet, right? Turrets are gold pockets which RSG can cash into should they choose to. And that was definitely a fight that Bleed was afraid of, right? We talked about how both teams are playing extremely carefully, but the thing is that if you play too carefully, this is what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
One wrong moment is gonna be extremely detrimental.
It feels like, you know, back then when you're doing math, right? The more you feel like, yeah, I'm gonna make a careless mistake, the more careless mistakes you're making, and that's exactly what's happening to Bleed.
So Bleed, they only have much. They don't really have a lot of win conditions that they kind of have to go for. Their backline is just constantly being jumped, and I think that is more or less a good amount of answer as to why Esmeralda is being picked. Not necessarily all on the shield that he's able to get. It's a small little bonus getting the shields away from the side of Sagitnu, but being able to jump freely and effectively onto Seiji is very important. The amount of shields that you are able to bring up for yourself, it also helps you against a carry. I believe that RSG have already expected that, yes, our Bleed is going to pick up a carry. So getting shields is better than getting more HP. In the meantime, Yon finds himself sliver of health. He doesn't seem like he's not taken down just yet. He's slowly walking away, but he's going to be facing Bray. He do have the Appraiser's Rep to try to bring himself back online for a little bit. Seiji, J as well as Akinu runs all the way back home, while Bray all over at the side still manages to clip onto Yon.
Oh, it looks like Bleed is crumbling right now under the pressure. But, you know, RSG picking off the team one by one. Jay still alive. Manages to run away with this bird form. Godzilla stealing the feather airstrike and using it himself to zone Bleed away.
Lost his sanity, hoping that he will be able to get a kill down as a Kitnu. Yes, he will be able to successfully do so. RSG doing the near impossible by turning the tables completely around, granting Bleed a 2-0.
RSG knocking Bleed down to the lower brackets. This is an outcome that wasn't expected by the fans as well. Qua is just like celebrating right there, if you guys can see it. But you get to see Bleed, in terms of the results, they were smacking RSG in the regular season. But hey, in terms of the playoffs, there's a 3 weeks gap, and 3 weeks can mean a lot.
3 weeks means a lot, and guys, what can I say? I am right this time around. All of you were talking shit at me the entire time.
Hey. You only picked it because it's your only salvation of voting for RSG. This one time doesn't mean nuts.
I believed in them the entire time, guys. I was just picking the opposing team just to be a little bit spicy. But yes.
It's not spicy now, is it?
No, well, guess what, guys? I was right. That's all I can say this time around.
I feel like the amount of spices is going in, he's basically, I drop him into a soup, he becomes malatang or something.
or you know, chicken McCrispy.
Hey.
Wow.
Spicy indeed. But ladies and gents, congratulations over the side of RSG. They'll be going up against Team Flash tomorrow. But unfortunately, it is Bleed once again taking the scenic route. This is supposed to be their season of redemption, right? But unfortunately, right now, that redemption road looks very bumpy.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. It really comes down to the recovery that I believe that they didn't really quite manage to get.
Look, I just want to say that I believe in Bleed. Okay. Yes, I picked
Then why do you vote
RSG
RSG?
because I believe more in RSG this time around. But look, I believe in Bleed. Right? Bleed has shown us a stellar performance during the entire regular season. I really like the creative plays and the way that they move around the map. We didn't see too much of this time around. Yes, it's a BO3, but if they're able to get out of tomorrow, I believe that will be their time to shine and adapt. It gives them more time to just adapt and just play the macro game from there on.
Yeah, and Abstract, you mentioned that Bleed feels a little bit disjointed, right? I would like to tap onto it. I feel like it's the same issue that you realize when Team Flash introduced Dawn during his first season, right? Where he's playing kind of disjointed game. And now you also have Seiji adding in where you can see his selfless plays, in a sense, in a very not so comfortable way, where he just goes into spear, commits to spear destruction all the way to the back of the base, 1v5, thinking he can end the game.
I feel that being Seiji being the captain of the team, he definitely holds a very strong. His words holds very strong meaning. So whenever he wants to do something, he will go for it. But I think they maybe got conflicted about Fanny being an assassin.
Yep.
All right, so enough on the side of Bleed. RSG, MVP.
Bray. I'll give it to Bray. He's been playing, his plays has been quite solid for 2 games actually. In fact, he was definitely peeling for CS. Once CS picks out the Moskov, just creates a lot more space around the Lord Pit.
Yeah, I am agreeing with you, man. I think definitely Bray is the MVP for me. Godzilla was getting picked off a little bit too much, in my opinion. But Bray, MVP, 5-3-2, 58% kill participation. But that doesn't show what he contributed to the team.
Yep.
He created just so much space for the side of RSG, and definitely give us more insights, Jake.
Oh, of course. You know, War Axe being secured, that means that he's going to do a lot more true damage. In fact, going for Thrill, which means that he's really looking at the wave clear earlier on, the jungle clear, mind you, Season Hunter as well, and of course Impure Rage. More added damage, more burn, more happy. Of course, Happy Meal. Apart from that, Brute Force Breastplate allows him to just run around like a maniac as well, and of course, soaking up so much damage. And it's kind of crazy, mind you, right? The fact that Brain knows the limitation of this particular hero, right? Like, look at that. War X is a more of an offensive item, right? Goes into 2 defensive items, and it makes it feel like he has 4 Garden Helms.
That's true. That's true. You know, this is so much sustain for the side of Xborg. But yes, Abstract, you're gonna say something?
No, I really wanted to say something about the carry pick, but maybe we'll get to that in a short little bit, because I believe that we will be able to look at carry's items and we'll look at everyone's items. You know, that breakdown, I will be able to share a little bit more.
That's right. But that will happen only after the mic check, ladies and gents. Now we get to see a little bit of a peek what they are discussing, especially for the side of RSG.
Let's go.
I stun away.
Nice. Follow, guys.
Follow.
Nice. Yes.
Hey, got Fanny.
I'm
okay.
Let's go. Hey, Fanny. Hey, win up.
Nice.
Hey.
Nice one, CSA. Hey, and can. Hey, Fanny out. Moscow out. Moscow, TP.
Hey,
No, emote. Hey, Fanny. Hey, Moscow. Hey, come, oi.
Wait.
We're doing something.
Nice.
Sorry.
Sabar.
We can lock. Wait, don't let die.
I got.
Hey, Moscow. Moscow. Nice. I got emote.
Nice.
Can we?
Yeah.
Nice one. Nice. Pakito cup. Hey, can stun you? Oh, you okay? I know there. Pakito there. Hey, Pakito here.
I think.
Pakito. Don't carry ơi.
Cái đây. Cái biết tấn đập cái đó.
One hit. My bad, sorry.
Give me.
Yes.
You okay. In,
Hey, kill.
open.
Hey, my bad. Sorry.
It's okay, go closer.
End the ball.
I can stop the faster.
Zone.
End the ball. Tao.
No.
And there you go. RSG reigniting that flame. They thought it is over for them in the during the regular season, but it is not over yet for the playoffs. They remain in the upper brackets and they remain strong. Going up against Team Flash up next, dropping Bleed down, and that is kind of like a throwback to Season 6.
Oh, Bleed always just kind of crawling and just come back to them again at the final part of the brackets, huh?
Yeah, and it's really tough to watch, right? Especially when I've been supporting Bleed for quite some time. And of course, remember, we talk about this season being Bleed's redemption arc. This is the season where they need to win back the hearts of the fans. But it's proving a little bit hard because RSG is just stomping super hard right now.
Stomping super hard indeed. Look at that goal lead at the end of the 13-minute game, guys. It's like 8K. No, 6K. 6K gold lead. And RSG, it was pretty even, right? We talked about it. How actually at the start of the game, in the middle of the game, I guess, it was very similar. Both teams were kind of at the same pace. They were kind of respecting each other and not initiating on team fights. And we see here that actually, sorry, I want to talk about Carry.
Right.
Because Carry didn't go for the tank build.
Yeah. So Carry didn't go for the tank build. At first, I was thinking there could be a chance that Carry didn't go for a tank build.
Yeah, there's a
because
chance.
of the lineup that Carry is going up against with. Because if he continue going on a tank build, he's just digging himself a massive hole. Because of the fact that there are two heroes on the opposite side that actually play against Carry's passive. Carry's passive deals true damage based on the opponent's max HP. And that HP term is very important because Bray, playing as the Xbox, has very low amount of base HP. He has a lot of Faraga armor. So the amount of true damage that you take from that you give onto Xbox for that is very low. In the meantime, one of the main reasons to answer that question of yours, Esmeralda. Esmeralda may not necessarily have very high amounts of HP, but she does have very high amount of defense and shields. Shields does not constitute to HP, so it does not constitute over to the passive damage that Carry is capable of bringing out.
So what I'm understanding is that Carry is only super effective against the Grok.
Yes, exactly, only to the Grok. But it still takes some time to eventually wither this guy down because he's the guy in the front lines. If you let Carry constantly poke under the Grok, understandable. He's gonna deal a lot of damage because look at this. We have the Robe. Robe has like I think 500 HP. We got Antiquiras, 900 HP. We got Immortality, about 500 HP as well. We're building up a lot of HP there. But Bray and Closer, they hardly have any HP-based items. Most of these are very crucial to their survivability in terms of defenses, or mostly onto damage, or perhaps even bring down the damage of Carry using the using the Dreadnought armor or Antique.
Yeah, and I personally feel like Seiji going for the Brave Smite is just for early game, right? Because you want to manage CS on the Moskov, you want to stay in lane a little bit longer, especially when Moskovs typically go for your Master Assassin to get that edge in the early game, right? But apart from that, you can take a look at Closer, going for the support emblem, making sure he's able to sustain in lane, going up against Sagitnu, where Sagitnu, he just wants a kill, right? Going for Rupture, go fight the emblems, and all the way to the lethal ignition, making sure that he can output the damage. And I think the common pattern that we've seen for Paquitos, especially this day, we don't see them creating much more space in the side lanes and then after that coming for the flank. It's all because right now I feel like the meta has shifted in these massive clashes, right? It's usually these clash comms that usually wins out in this, especially during late game.
Yeah, and it's both games that we saw Paquito being played and we didn't see him being used super effectively. So I'm wondering if it's like you mentioned before, if it's a meta shift or if it was just the players not being allowed to do what they want to do, right? Because if you think back in the regular season, Paquito was a force to reckon with, especially when he gets to do his split pushes.
Yep.
Right? But in both games all three games, I guess, this series and the last one, he was shackled. He was handcuffed. He was not allowed to move around. He did not have the damage to also burst down key targets as well. So I wonder if we're going to see MPLSG kind of shift away from Paquito, or if it was just the first 2 series.
Maybe. I just wish it's just the first 2 series because, you know, Paquitos, I really like Paquito because there's a lot of flexibility. It's similar to Benedetta or to a certain extent Yuzhong, right? I can shove the wave on the side lanes. After that, I can join the fights very easily on. But now let's take a look at these stats right here. Damage dealt in the favor of RSG, and in fact, also a lot of healing coming out from closer and also break.
A lot of healing. Indeed, almost double the amount actually that what Bleed had. And we can see, of course, the damage dealt. Actually, I was going to say, the damage taken is almost equal on both sides of the team. And the damage dealt, honestly, isn't that high for a 13-minute game as well, to be honest. So this game was very, very close, but it's a few of the decisive decisions that RSG made, which allowed them to close the game. And this is what we're talking about, right, Abstract? That RSG needed to have those decisive decisions, those quick snap decisions, right, in terms of winning and closing up this game.
Be decisive. Just jump right in when you see the opportunity, and you can expect that you will be rewarded for it.
Yep.
Strike all the irons hot.
Yep. If you notice during the mic test earlier just now, game number 1, yeah, they're just feeling it just a little bit. But game 2, you start to hear more turns, more precise comms. But with that said, ladies and gents, breaking down that particular game for you will be Kin. So, Kin, what do you have for us for the analyst stat? All right. Seems like right now we just have to take a look about the general game itself, right? But of course, thanks for Kin just giving us a little bit more insight, just a little bit of tease. He's just like, you know, showing off a little bit of a shoulder about all the cute cats artwork on his shirts. That's basically his unique selling point.
Actually, I want to talk a little bit about the mic check, which I wanted to kind of joke a little bit about immediately after, but you went serious mode, so I couldn't. I think Bray should consider doing a career change. I think he could be a rapper, man. Do you hear how fast the guy was calling out like calls?
Is it really that fast?
It was like he was kind of talking like this all the time, you know. Like, yeah, I couldn't even emulate how fast. The guy was insane. He was repeating names like that. It's crazy.
Everything is just flowing right out of his mouth.
Exactly.
Right.
Could potentially do a career change, right? If you're watching this.
Well, I mean, yeah. Apart from that, like, I'm really glad for the side of Bray, right? Because don't forget, these two teams coming into this particular series, they do have the same storyline, right? Redeeming himself, right? Bray had to redeem himself from
revenge
Season 6.
as well.
And of course, that revenge as well. But with that said, ladies and gents, breaking down the game once again, we're going to throw back to my favorite kind of tofu. Tofu, what do you have for us?
Ping pong, ping pong, ping pong.
Exactly what Davey did, but I want you to focus on one more thing, right? A lot of people will focus on, hey, he caught Seiji under the turret. That's not the only person he actually caught. He also caught Yon, who was on the backlines. And right here, there are so many decisions that Bleed has to choose. At this point, Jay has to choose, does he want to save his jungler or does he want to save his gold laner, right? In this equation itself, obviously he wanted to save his gold laner, but he needed a little bit more help. And this is where Closer, I mean, goodness, he had a great game. He did so much work for the team right here. And what he's going to be doing here is actually catching out Gear and Sagitnu as well. So he actually creates a pathway that blocks them off from doing anything productive in this entire team fight. Right, so I'm just going to show you a little snippet of what happens here. Everyone goes in on Seiji, he gets taken out. Now Yon at the same time, because of the confusion, is being chased down and hunkered down by CS and Godzilla, right? And this leaves a big question mark on top of on Jay's head, right? Who do we save? Do we try and make the counterplay on the bottom side where we can perhaps get a counter kill after they've taken out Seiji, or do we try and save Yon and hopefully he does have enough damage on his Appraiser's Wrath? Too many questions, too little time. And that was the problem that Bleed kind of faced the entire portion of this fight, if not for the whole game itself. Now, this is the secondary part where, of course, Yon was already taken out, and now Jay is once again caught in no man's land, right? And Closer, of course, continues on to making sure that Gear and Sagino does not offer any help. And lastly, Dairy is going to join in the fun as well. And at this point, you're going to start seeing a little difference in the way the fight goes, right? So right here, Jay does have the Fed Airstrike. When he releases it, right, you have no ultimates to speak of. Most of them would say, hey, let's play safe, it's time to pull back. But Closer said, no, let's go for more, right? You have me. And this is where the trust came in for RSG. And I think just communication-wise, they were much stronger, much clearer, much faster as well. And what happens when you give them all of the things you need for the formula? It is just going to be a huge KO here. Jay just performing how it's like for the entirety of Bleed. They gave their best, they danced, they tried their best, right? But it just couldn't work out because RSG was just stronger today. Now that's all the time I have today. It is time for me to throw over to Cheryl. Cheryl, here you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our favorite kind of tofu. Now here at the interview. Now for this interview segment, this is really a match that was very important to RSGSG given how the regular season end off for them with a bad taste in their mouth given Bleed actually swept them 2-0. But it's proof that the regular season is nothing but just a preview, and RSGSG definitely showed Bleed Esports that they're here to stomp with this playoffs 2-0 clean sweep. Congratulations to Pacifist.
Thank you.
All right. So, yes, I have Coach Pacifist now beside me. Few questions. So, first up, we've talked about Bleed Esports and RSGSG being very equally matched and challenged teams. So, how did you approach this draft today, knowing that, both teams are pretty similar in terms of skills?
Basically, we came into this series with the mindset of we want to play the game how we want to play it. We don't want to follow the meta. We just want to play what's comfortable for us on stage. As long as we play what we want to play, I don't think winning or losing matters too much. As long as we're happy with what we want to do, and yeah.
So as a coach, basically your priority is your players' comfort in mind.
Yes.
Ah, that's very interesting. So given a match one, the casters, I don't know how many times they have mentioned a change of tides. It was literally the tide changing and changing and changing. So was this something that you have anticipated for match one, for game one, to be so drawn out?
Yeah, the game one, it's really hard to predict what enemy team will draft for game one. So the game one tends to be, we have to adapt on the fly because I didn't predict they would draft that way. But ended up, we still managed to get what we wanted to play. We're comfortable with what we want to play, and we just execute our game plan. Yeah.
Right. And also coming into the final day of the regular season where you guys faced the exact same matchup of Bleed Esports, I think that loss was something that perhaps you guys never anticipated because you guys were anticipating to win that match against Bleed Esports. So learning from that matchup in the regular season, what have you guys changed and adapted coming into this game today at playoffs?
Actually, for the regular season, the last week when we fought Bleed, we didn't really care too much about our standing, so we just went into the game, the series with we just wanted to try stuff. Yeah. So the loss or win for that week didn't really matter to us.
I see. But definitely you guys proved who is boss here today, sending Bleed Esports down to meet Vanguard Esports. So that's very interesting. And thank you so much for your time, Pacifist.
Thank you.
All the best to RSGSG.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, friends, that was Pacifist right here from RSGSG Coach, right here giving us some insights on the match that happened today. Now, next up, we're going to go down into the lower brackets. And unfortunately, for these two matches that we're about to see in the later part of the day, we will unfortunately have to say goodbye to two teams. Now, for match 3 that's coming up soon, we'll be seeing the likes of Team Evil going up against Astris. Now, this is a true true Singapore special that you don't want to miss, happening at 3 p.m.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know.
Oh.
I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This is the goat.
This one eh. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga. I think we're getting some. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
You write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Not Dracula. 3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait. Huh?
Oh.
2, 1. Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Oh, wait, bro.
Tapi je kan exo. Tak, tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind. Oh. I can't.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe Looks very familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized
he said
the flowers was not like featured in the.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe
Do not say
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
the first player to guess blue. The first player to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know it? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? Osim.
Who are gonna rent it?
This will sting. You have my word.
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard. I think we're getting same thing. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
Your answers? Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Huh?
Oh.
2, 1. You don't rush, correct?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You don't rush.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je connect so.
Tadi 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
I think it's veiled because of the wind. Oh.
There's no way. There's not so long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized the powers was not like featured in the pocket.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess 2, eh? The first player to guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay. You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
Oh, this is the goat.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from Vanguard. I think we're getting simple. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Okay.
Oh.
You what? You don't rush, correct?
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
You don't rush.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro.
Okay. Tapi je connect so. Tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind. Oh.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe What's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. It's near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We lost the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized the powers was not like featured in the box.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue, eh? The first player to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crisp.
Welcome back, everyone, to MPLSG Season 7 playoffs. And right now, we're cooking and mixing something special. And this is none other than the Singapore Special match. We'll be seeing the likes of Asterisk going up against Team Evil. And this is a match that you don't want to miss. Now, over on one hand, we see Asterisk taking on match 1 for the day against our defending champions, NIP Flash. And they have seen themselves now in match 3, where they'll be facing off against Evil. Now, Evil is not to be taken lightly because, after all, they are the playoff kings with the playoff buff, so anything can happen right here for this matchup. But, of course, stakes are ever as high because the losing team right here for this match, we will unfortunately be saying goodbye to. So stakes are ever as high if they want a shot at getting the crown for MPLSG Season 7. With that being said, let's take a look at the wonderful faces, starting off with Asterisk. Despite their loss right here from match 1 of the day, we see Asterisk once more. But of course, they are definitely not defeated and are looking to take this match right here for Evil from match 3 to keep their playoff dreams. And going up against Asterisk, presenting to you our community heroes, Evil. Though finding themselves right now in the lower brackets match, Evil is looking fresh and ready to go. Now, definitely, as mentioned, they are not a team to be discounted because they have their A game on, as they are the playoff kings after all. So what will unfurl right here in this match 3 for playoffs? It is a guaranteed bloodbath and witness the Singapore Special. Without further ado, I'm going to hand my time over to you, boys.
Welcome back to MPLSG Season 7. We are at the playoffs, and I'm Kwasong, together with Abstract as well as Jays. Boys, how are we feeling about today?
Well, of course, when it comes down to this team, Evil, I'm always stoked, right? Even though the regular season is not exactly as great as we had hoped for, but it's kind of within the MO, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard about the playoff buffs, the book.
The book?
The book.
Not only just the book, the playoff buff is here, and I would like to quote that meme once again. Someone needs to make that meme, right? Team Evil is this buff, Shiba Inu. Regular season Evil is the small little Shiba Inu.
Yeah, I mean...
And you finally got it during the break.
Bonk.
Look, I'm super excited, right? I mean, we alluded to it a little bit earlier, where we have the original Titan Slayers versus the new Titan Slayers, right? So, I mean, does this mean the winner of this match is going to be the OG Titan Slayers then?
The new Titan Slayers, I guess. I mean, OG Titan Slayers would be Evil, but Asterisk, they do have quite a lot to actually put on the table if they do want to Titan Slay the Titan Slayers, if you get what I mean, because I don't. Let's move on to Asterisk's lineup and let's take a look at what we have over here. We have Bear, that's going to be on EXP, JH onto the jungle, Kiwi mid, FMM roam, and Chu that's onto the gold lane. We have previously saw their game against a very tough entity, I guess. Is not easy. And I guess, it's not the best start. But hopefully, when it comes down to going up against our friends over here, Evil, it might be better.
For sure, for sure. I think, Jace, bring us through the Evil lineup. Who are the original Titan Slayers?
My pleasure, of course. You have Twist in the EXP lane, Powerful in the jungle, Sailor in the mid, the newcomer for the side of Team Mlbb, but he is a veteran in MPL Singapore scene. Carrot is a roamer, and Jace from the gold lane, touted one of the best mechanical players in Team Evil.
True. We see him pop off during the regular season, so I'm really excited to see whether the playoff buff is going to kick into full effect in this upcoming series, in this upcoming game. I'm super excited to see what both teams have to bring to the table, but I do want to bring up the point that Asterisk has already played one series, guys. Abstract, what do you think? Do you think this is going to be a good thing for them or a bad thing?
Honestly, when it comes down to playing against Evil, it's technically speaking, a bad thing, in my honest opinion, because when it comes down to Asterius, yes, they are definitely strong when it comes down to the regular season. They had a pretty decent idea as to how Evil has played, but that information actually doesn't really bring over to the playoffs because they are a whole different kind of team, and we shall see exactly how that's gonna work out. But for now, we take a look at the information that we have on hand. One thing that we saw in the previous game is definitely FMM being extremely strong despite all of the odds that were stacked against him. We saw the lack of presence coming in from Bear. So we do definitely want to focus a little bit more onto Bear being able to come in to perhaps be the position for the EXP laner that we want to see, being taking more damage per fight, as well as perhaps drawing more attention to itself.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I think Baron needed to step up his game a little bit. His throwing from the first series was a little bit weak, but I am fully confident that Bear is going to be able to set up the Bear trap in this series that's coming up.
Yep, not only just the Bear trap that we have to look out for, the Kiwi, the Immortal, right? Look at just his KDA, 9.95. That's one of the highest all across the board. Not only just that, the KO participation, his positioning is just so good to the point that not a lot of people were able to catch him, but he's still consistently outputting a lot of damage from the back line.
Yeah, not to mention as well that we did notice in the first game, NIP Flash did ban out his Loi every single game. They did not want him on it, but enough of Asterisk. Let's focus on Team Evil. Jace, take us away.
Yep, so for the side of Team Evil, right, we're looking at Jace's. Yes, this is, don't forget, he came from, he was an EXP lane in Season 3, he went over to Hiatus, he went to the mid lane in Season 6, and now he is a gold laner. My man is mechanically flexing all across the board. Terra, on the other hand, is of course one of the mainstays from the side of Team Evil, prefers the Arlott as well, same as FMM, but Sayla prefers the Paramis, powerful, you know, you put him on a Fredrin or a Barat, he can deliver. And Twist, of course, one of his signature, the mini Diablo, the mini Dragon from the side of Team Evil.
Mini Dragon is well put. You know, the twist on the Yu Zhong is extremely deadly. We saw him join in during the, I think, the exchange week, right? But ever since he's joined the team, he's been really, 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 really good.
Yep, he's joined Team Evil, I think, 2 seasons ago, where Jason decides to get a bit of a hiatus. That's where we kind of look at him as like, wow, he kind of reminds you of a small little Diablo.
Exactly. Back then, I believe when it comes down to Season 6, that is where we start to see
when he joined.
He joined in Season 5.
Yeah, but Season 6, he popped off.
He popped off a lot. We started to see a lot more of that Diablo nuances on him, the Khalid. And after all, when it comes down to looking at Twist's Khalid, it starts to feel as though his Khalid might actually be arguably better than Diablo's.
Whoa, how dare you say it right in front of me? Man. No, Diablo's Khalid's always better.
All right, enough about that. Let's take a look at the audience prediction. Asterisk is only being voted for by 30%.
Of course, you know, don't forget the fan base that Team Evil has built. Don't forget, Team Evil was here first since Season 3. Mainstays on MPL Singapore for this long definitely should have built up quite a good few amount of fans, especially even in the crowd as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, you guys also alluded to the playoff buffs, and I know it sounds like we're a broken record at this point, but the playoff buff seems to be really, really real, and it seems like the audience agrees with you guys on that.
Playoff buffs. we were talking about playoff buffs?
Yeah.
Because it's pretty much playoffs buffs. Crap, I can't continue.
Playoff buffs. But ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our own prediction on the desk right here. Yeah, all of us says Asterisk. My heart goes to Asterisk, all right? I've been watching this team grow since January, like what I mentioned before, when they reach out to me for these community teams. This is a team that really want to make a mark on MPL Singapore stage.
Not to mention, I think during the regular season, Asterisk looked incredibly strong, you know. I always give them credit for their macro plays, right, where they're able to exchange objectives on the map, and I think if we need to see more of that coming into this series. The first series, we didn't see that too much, but this series, I expect to see them move a lot better as a team.
To be honest, when it comes down to this series, the main thing that I'm looking out for really boils down to Evil, right? Evil started things off in their MPLSG journey really strong, right? Immediately being crowned the Titan Slayers, on and on again. But unfortunately, they haven't exactly been doing great their third year in, right? Second year, I believe from the second year, first year is like fourth, second year is third.
4-3-4.
Right, 4-3-4. So it's definitely taken a bit of a toll on them. And we gotta have to agree that a lot of these teams are starting to improve as well. The level of playing field has increased tremendously, and Evil gotta have to catch up to all of these rising stars.
Yeah, that's for sure. But let's take a look at the bans that are coming out in the pick and ban phase right now. We see the Faramis, the Angela, as well as the Roger being banned out for the side of Asterisk. And we do see the Loi, Chip, and Harris being banned out for the side of Team Evil with a first pick Novaria for the side of Asterisk.
Okay, with Novara being first pick is not exactly something that I personally am a huge fan of, but that generally just means that Asterisk would want to take a little bit more river control. Novara indeed is relatively strong when it comes down to mid lane and having a certain level of lane priority over some of the many heroes out there. But to counter against Asterisk's Novara pick, I think it will make pretty good sense for Evil to pick up a Valentina in order to pretty much be toe-to-toe.
For sure, and I mean, Kiwi on the Novara, we've seen that before, right? Kiwi to Novara is extremely scary. We've seen him be able to assist his gold or his EXP later as and when he wants to. So I think Novara is a great pick into as for Kiwi. But the question is whether picking it first is the right call. On the opposite side of the map, we see Valentina and Fredrin getting picked. Whoa, Kaja and Carry?
Yeah, Asterisk. FMM did play in Kamasan just before, right? And he did spam a lot of these Kaja plays, and he actually played quite well on this. And this immediately turned into a pick composition, which Asterisk kind of tried to do in the match against NIP Flash. But yeah, I'm really excited about this one, but I'm looking to see more bursts. So it all boils down to whether Kiwi was able to land the second skill with the Novara.
I would say that gaining zoning control for Evil will ultimately be pretty darn important. Having Nathan joining into the ranks is going to just further solidifies that we want to play a team fight. We want to go in kind of as a death ball, especially since they picked up a Valentina. They have Kaja as well. One of the best ways that they can actually make full use of the Divine Judgment is to find someone that can actually pair, kind of work as a battery. And once Nathan is strong in the late stages of the game, he can pretty much burst anyone that has been immobilized for, 2 good seconds. And that is something that the Divine Judgment is able to bring out.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Kaja pick is great, but on the side of Evil right now, I don't think Kaja has a necessarily easy path or easy target to choose on. I mean, the Natan can just hop away with his ultimate. Fredrin is not a target that you want to pick, and Valentina is just going to hop away, right? So, honestly speaking, Kaja this early as well, slightly confusing. You mentioned FMM picking Kaja for doing the Campus Legends tournament, right? Did he have much success with that?
Oh, definitely he did. And there's a period of time where FMM goes around as an IGN FMM boy. Kind of reminds me of Keyboy just a little bit. And he kind of plays similarly in terms of, he's trying to emulate the style of Keyboy. But of course, you know, he's from Bleed back then. He has a lot of these small little snippets of knowledge, especially from JPL, which is like a legendary roamer in MPL Singapore.
For sure. All right, as we continue on with the picks and bans, we do see a Nolan as well as a Grok being banned out. Any thoughts on this so far, Abstract?
When it comes down to Asterisk, they do have a pretty strong damage dealers already. Novaria being able to do pretty good poke, as well as Carry that's able to throw the Fredrin off guard whenever he's trying to get close. Asterisk's lineup actually might need more to bolster up a little bit more. We need more sustainability onto the lineup. So I'm not particularly too worried about the Nolan ban if I were from the Asterisk side. If anything, Barats may actually be one of the good heroes that Asterisk could pick up, because Evil at this point in time don't really have a lot of answers to a Barats on Asterisk side.
That is very true, but besides the Barats, keep in mind that we still also have the EXP that's open for Bear. We do see Paquito being targeted banned towards Bear, but I'm wondering, that leaves Benedetta open. All right, Benedetta could be effective. Could be an effective split pusher, and also can help pick off a target really easily. When paired together with Kaja. But if he does go down that route, I reckon Astra's side is looking a bit squishy.
Astra's side, if they were to pick the Benedetta, it would be squishy. So in fact, I would much rather to have them picking up a Yuzhong instead. They do have a lack of wave clear capabilities, with only a Novaria that is really capable of clearing up the wave.
Ooh.
But Evil did manage to pick up the Yuzhong for themselves instead. I was actually looking forward to seeing a little, probably like an Alert or Khalid being picked up onto the side of Evil instead. But perhaps they already knew the caveat for Asterisk. They have decided to pick up a Yuzhong for themselves.
Yeah, I think that was a really good pick for Evil, because the thing is that if Evil has Yuzhong, Asterisk can't play Yuzhong, right? So in this case, into Yuzhong, can we expect to see like a Thamos maybe?
Definitely someone with crowd control. Terizla might be the case. We would want to see a penalty zone that is able to disrupt at least the Nathan or the Valentina, because Asterisk, the only form of reliable crowd control would be the Divine Judgment. Lapu Lapu does manage to come in as well when it comes down to his second skill. He does have a pretty short stun. I would say it's an okay stun, but I myself, I think it's fine. But Carmilla though.
Yeah, man, that's a huge question mark for me as well. Have you seen people trying to experiment with Carmilla going into the last week of MPL SG Season 7, but haven't had much success. 50% win rate, only with 8 times being picked.
I can see why they have decided to go for the Carmilla. It really boils down to making Fredrin work against his own team, right? As long as the Curse of Blood is just tethered onto Fredrin, whoever that's close, very likely is going to be Yuzhong as well as Valentina. They're pretty much going to be tethered together with their Curse of Blood, make things a lot easier for their team to actually whip out all the damage that they could with the help of Novaria and Carry. And Kaja, especially when you have the Divine Judgment and the Curse of Blood onto the flat Fredrin, I'm pretty sure the Fredrin would not be able to stand for longer than 3 seconds with a Carry just hammering him down.
And I think the last pick for Evo is the Florin. The Florin being a really, really good pick. It helps sustain the team as they fight. And honestly, I think the Florin pick is great into Evil's composition. And we'll see whether they're able to pull this game off. All right, boys. This is the 3rd series of today. Asterisk versus Team Evil. Who has the easier composition to execute?
I would say that when it comes down to difficulty, both of them kind of have the same idea as to how easy it is. But technically speaking, when it comes down to battery, oh no wait, because that's Valentina as well. Valentina Valentina and a Carry to work with the Divine Judgment battery. In the meantime, the Carry and the Divine Judgment battery works flawlessly as well. They are pretty much on equal grounds, but maybe Evil might have it a little bit easier thanks to Florin.
Yep. Let's say, ladies and gents, we're going to the Land of Dawn. This is game number 1 between these two, Asterisk and also Team Evil. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, one of these teams will go home. The other one will go up on towards the lower brackets. In the meantime, ladies and gents, Asterisk dropped from the upper brackets this time around. Need to prove that, so FMM taking a little bit of damage. Sailor getting stunned. Concussive Blast actually connected on it, unfortunately, but FMM managed to get out.
Ooh, there's a lot of poke coming out from both teams. Sailor and FMM both being brought very, very, very low. Sailor actually having to recall here, but with the wave cleared, should have enough time for him to get back and not lose out on too much.
One of the things that I technically did miss out a little bit when it comes down to your question, the difficulty part, is definitely going to be Kiwi's point of view, right? Of course, being a skill shot hero, you're going to have to land your shots in order to really reap the rewards. So the moment that Kiwi don't land anything when it comes down to her meteors, then we are just pretty much expecting them to be sitting ducks and waiting for the next refresh, and it's just so that the mage will be able to do anything at all. And to add on to that, we can pretty much be very sure that when it comes down to the EXP lane, Twist does have the lane priority. He will be able to do very well against Bear. So I would say it really also boils down to how Evil want to prioritize all of these lane priority that they have here. Do they want to bring Bear down as much as possible, or do they want to focus on Kiwi, or on the other hand, focus on Chu, despite not needing to do that?
Yeah, that's a really, really good point, but we see a little bit of a skirmish happening at the top. They want to prevent Bear from hitting level 4, but Kiwi smells that out from ages away, so he's able to go and cover his lane, and nothing happens at the top lane.
At least for the side of Evil, they understood that FMM at level 3 is not a threat. You can't really zone anyone as a Kaja at level 3. And even actually at level 4, you can't really zone too much because the Divine Judgment poses no threat. No one can take advantage of it.
Here you go. Black Trigger Form committed. GH right in the middle of the damage coming off from Sailor at the same time. He's actually getting suppressed. First blood given over the side of Asterisk. Nice stuff on the side right now. Right now looking for more, but Twist will be paying it back. GH going down. Unfortunately, Powerful will be taking the Simon thing as well. Bear on the other hand picks up another kill. Man, Asterisk. Good start from them, but the turtle has been delayed.
Pretty amazing stuff. I gotta have to say, Evil's Twist, he pretty much have an understanding that he would want to force Kiwi out. But Kiwi really understood that he gonna have to stay a decent area away from Twist. He gonna have to be really far away, and his positioning was pretty much a-okay there to make sure that Twist can't get in. Neither will Powerful be able to get in, and he pretty much stayed alive throughout the entire fight, being one of the most highly threatened heroes in that fight.
Yeah, Kiwi's positioning. This is what Kiwi's about, right? He's about taking these heroes with skill shots, but high damage skill shots, and he lands them. But not only that, he's able to position himself well enough so that he keeps away from the enemy team, right? So that's honestly flawless execution coming from Kiwi. As we see a turtle fight, maybe breaking out.
Not anytime soon, I gotta have to say. Florian don't have to be there, Nathan doesn't have to be there. With Twist, Sailor as well as Powerful, all three of them is pretty much required for this upcoming turtle take. They didn't have gotten any opportunity to take the turtle a minute before, so this is probably the point in time that they really gotta have to run for it. Powerful is currently at level 5, but the Carmilla is already at level 6, so Powerful already understand that he is one level behind, and he gotta be careful. Okay, never mind. It's pretty much all fair.
Yep, all fair right now. This time for Bear to jump all the way in. FMM looking for the target. Powerful should be the one. It's going to be the ultimate coming on JH. JH picks up his color bar instead. Not only just that, takes away the turtle. Asterisk will be looking for more right here. Twist, the only one that's standing against Asterisk. And FMM getting let go. Twist down low. JH picks up that kill.
What a resounding victory for the side of Asterisk. This Asterisk looks way more confident than Asterisk that we saw earlier. It seems like Carrot is going to be taken down low, but no kills.
No kills, not only just that. Chu was 1v2, burns the flicker to step forward just a little bit. Evil has to pay a lot of respect over to this guy.
I gotta have to say, when it comes down to the previous fight, we understood that even though we are not exactly looking at the carry and Divine Judgment battery just yet, JH, when it comes down to Carmilla, does definitely deal quite a huge chunk of damage. You gotta have to respect that. All in all, is also because of the concussive blast that this Carmilla have got for his emblem. Every now and then, you're gonna have to expect all these blasts, and the damage gotta have to be a little bit crazy. With the Divine Judgment in check, make sure that all these taunts, as well as these knockups coming in from Fredrin is not gonna be a problem at all, and Carmilla will have free reign throughout the entire battle.
Yeah, having a unchecked Camilla is a little bit terrifying, as she's also 2-1 and 3, by the way. Asterisk is with a 2.8k, 2.7k gold lead, and they just push on the turret as well, so the gold lead is going to expand.
Stepping forward, Energy Eruption doesn't connect. Sailor looking to connect the damage onto JH. Kiwi pushes them away. No targets from the side of Team Evil, unfortunately.
This game is really going in favor of Asterisk right now. Asterisk is just chilling. They're looking very confident, and as I was saying, this looks like the regular season Asterisk that we all knew and fell in love with, right? Evil, seems like the book buff isn't quite working out for them.
Like ultimate will be able to catch onto Sailor immediately. Let's delete it. No response coming up. Team Evil. Asterisk is just going to be taking.
You gotta be really careful of the positionings of FMM. Information would be key for Evil to really launch a very successful attack onto Asterisk, as well as clocking onto the timing to make sure that Divine Judgment is off cooldown. So now, this fight without Divine Judgment, how is it be?
Oh, JH landing the retreat first. You can see Powerful lands his one instead. Missed the timing. He will sacrifice his life for it for nothing. Asterisk right now on a roll instead.
7-1, 3.5k gold, 3.6k gold lead on the side of Asterisk right now. It seems like complete dominance on the side of Asterisk. Team Evil did just take a turret though.
They are trading turrets after all. Chu did manage to successfully bring down the first tier defense turret in the bottom lane and rotated to the northern area just so that they will be able to contest as a full man team for the second turtle. And moving up to the northern side, they already understood that they have went all 5 men in. No one is going to be checking onto Nathan. They might as well just give Nathan the first tier defense turret, but at least with 5 men on top, no one is going to be stopping them taking that first tier defense turret in the top lane. So it's a very good trade for Asterisk and very calculated risk, I might have to say.
Calculated risk is what Asterisk is doing. I mean, look, honestly speaking, right, Asterisk is in full control of this game right now. But I want to look over at Evil's side. What are their win conditions at this point of the game?
For Evil's win condition, they're gonna have to play a little bit more of a turtle position. They do have a pretty strong front line, being powerful, but he doesn't really quite have much goal to work with or work for himself. So at this point in time, due to the fact that they are behind, Powerful can't ever play a Guardian Helm so early. He needs to be the one that holds on to the position and really just holds on for his team, while Yuzhong dives over the back line and leave the rest over to the Valentina. Despite Valentina only stealing the Divine Judgment, he still can whip out a lot of damage. All in all, Evil needs to drag to the late stages of the game. The Florin will come in to work very well in battery with Yuzhong. So Yuzhong has to be our win condition in the mid stages of the game. As long as this guy gets the farm, as long as this guy gets a split push and kills, there could be a stronger opportunity for Evil to consistently get themselves triple kills in order to drag the game longer.
Asterisk has recognized that they do not want to drag out this game. They are on time every single time for every single objective so far. Lord being taken down right now by JH. With Asterisk just at the rest of his team is at his flanks. Powerful may get caught out here, but no, Ops to just back off, and it's going to be a free Lord on the side of Asterisk. Asterisk once again looking extremely strong.
There's not much of a deal that they can do, right? JH is at level 11 and Powerful at level 9. The moment you go in to try to contest for the Lord, you are essentially just throwing your whatever lead that you have, which is non-existent, to become even bigger. And that is just not going to be contributing to your cause. The only thing that you can do right now is to hide behind your inhibitor turrets and just hope that Asteroid just constantly shove the wave out and unable to find a way to close out the game. This way, the goal will eventually be funneled over to Nathan as well as the Yuzhong, the main 2 heroes that will be the win condition of Evil.
Yeah, right now we see Nathan at level 11 matching to carry 0-0-0 though, no kills, but he has been farming up a storm. Curious to see what item he's at right now. My guess, 10 minutes into the game should be at 2 items hopefully. If not, right now there's a Lord that's knocking on the door of Team Evil, and Team Evil may not be able to answer this.
I do appreciate the fact that Sayla have rotated away from taking the Divine Judgment into taking the Curse of Blood. They now prioritize a lot more on the team fight and hoping that they will be able to take full advantage of their splash radius, because we are looking at Nathan, right? The moment that Nathan just hits whoever that has Curse of Blood and whoever that is collateral damage, it is essentially just multiplying the damage over and over again. So with the Curse of Blood and the Nathan, I do want to see what kind of interaction and how much damage that could potentially deliver over to Asterisk.
That is true, but the question is Asterisk going to let a fight like that happen? You know, the thing of the Kaja is that you're able to go in and pick and choose your fights when you want it, right? So the thing is, if Evil just doesn't get to choose their own fights, I'm not sure if a scenario like that will ever happen.
They are not exactly a team that might be really good at pickoff, especially since they are behind. If Powerful still is on curve, then I can understand why. I mean, I can understand that they would want to still do a couple of pickoffs. They are lacking of damage right now, so the best thing that they have for themselves is really boils down to play for teamfight and just ensure that JS gets most of the farm, or perhaps even Twist.
Yeah, well, look, it seems like they've heard what you want, what message you're trying to tell them, right? Turtle up, play safe. Hopefully that Nathan and the Yuzhong can pop off. All 5 of them are in the base. They do not feel safe to step even out. I mean, look, they're traveling as a death ball, man.
The only time that we can possibly start to see Evil coming back around is when Powerful is at level 15. And that situation would probably only come on around 14 to 16 minutes in. It really depends on how rough the waves are pushed by Asterisk. But as you can see, it seems like they are holding the waves pretty nicely. They're forcing Evil to get out of their safety net just so that they can get a single wave of farm as a 4-man team.
That's crazy, man. I mean, look at that. And by doing that, right, Asterisk once again is taking a free Lord, or almost non-contested Lord. But we see Evil making their way down here. Hopefully, maybe, finding an angle for them to take the fight.
Would you contest for this one, though?
I don't think that they will be able to contest for this.
Yeah, I agree.
This is the probability. What they're doing right now is more of just kind of scouting out the area to really look out for all of these rushes as a guise of trying to contest for the Lord. It at least puts some time onto Asterisk's hand and force them to be a little bit more cautious. And during this moment in time, give the two main damage dealers some farm. As you can see from Nathan as well as Yuzhong, they are traveling together because both of them needs EXP, both of them needs gold. The moment that Powerful steps out like that, it is not a free Lord anymore. There is still some level of threat where the Lord could still be taken, and during that point in time where Asterisk feels anxious, Evil takes the farm.
The 2-play happening right now. Twist going to be going into the Black Jungle form, but just a little bit too slow. Right here, taking a little damage. Jace's right now picks out FMM. Twist jumps in, Petrify, catching 3, 2. On the other hand, has to run for the heals. Man, nice stun coming on Raven's Warrior, but Asterisk has secured the Lord, but in exchange for FMM.
Wow, okay, so Evil managed to take something from that Lord, right? They were able to take the kill on FMM, and guess what, guys? Evil looks like it's still in the game, right? It was thanks to the good positioning of Twist, thanks to the damage output that Jace's was able to do. We do see some signs of life coming out from Evil, and that's a good thing for them at this point.
Absolutely worth it. At this point in time, they don't even have to contest for the Lord. They just need to make Asterisk feel anxious and slowly get themselves some more farm. Yes, indeed, Asterisk did manage to increase the gold gap a little bit more at this point in time, 7,500 gold. But the main thing is, Evil will want to reach the gold cap. Once they reach the gold cap, they don't even have to care about the gaps anymore.
Damage starts to land. Powerful getting stunned up just a little bit. The Lord is still cleaving onto the minions instead. Members of Evil are just racing for the impact, and he will be served. Evil, that's going to be a half HP gone, just living on a quarter HP for the top side turret. Evil braces on for the impact from Asterisk.
A relentless push from the side of Asterisk. Asterisk with, the Lord is going to be spawning in 97 seconds at this point.
Okay, here we go again. That's going to be Twist looking for the backline right here. True will be the main target. The Praise's Wrath will not be able to connect anything at all. Twist pushes the member of Asterisk, but Asterisk still does the damage up top.
Manages to secure one turret as I was speaking. Asterisk is going to just keep doing this, right? They're going to rotate from top to mid to bot.
So
that's
textbook.
Yeah, it's textbook. But the thing is that it's why change anything that works?
It's going to be an endless cycle, unfortunately. It takes time.
It feels like we've been here, Abstract.
Oh, deja vu.
It just feels like game 1 of the previous series, guys. We're in for a long game.
But I feel like Asterisk is actually at least performing better as compared to the first series, right? I really see why Asterisk really went for JH on this Carmilla. The ultimate, you can see the amount of zoning he was just able to do in order for Asterisk to just knock on Evil's door and then they take whatever they want. If Twist didn't use the Black Dragon form earlier to kind of shove Asterisk away, I feel like Asterisk would just take even more, deal more damage against Evil.
The game would have ended.
Decisiveness.
Sure.
I guess that's probably one of the things that we can look out for. But, okay, we're looking at about 16 minutes into the game. And Powerful is still at level 13. So they are, for the side of Evil, they are not exactly putting Powerful as one of the main priorities to get level 15. And do note that level 15 is important because that way, both junglers will have the same amount of retribution damage. And that's the only time that Evil can possibly contest for the Lord. Unless Asterisk whiffs. That's probably the only time that Evil could possibly take Lord away for this one.
But this is JH that we're talking about.
This is JH, indeed. So that's not possible. Or is it?
Right now.
Well, we'll find out really soon. We see the Lord being started up on the side of Asterisk JH. Tanking the Lord with the rest of the Asterisk members on the flank. Potentially we're gonna see that big team fight that we're talking about.
No information scattered by Team Evil just yet. Don't forget, Kiwi could just push a button and instantly reviews everybody. But that kind of also reveals where he is. Team Evil just plays around the Lord Pit right here, but then I'm not too sure. It's like what you said, Abstract. Decisiveness. What does Team Evil want to do?
To be fair, Team Evil don't need to do anything here. They just need to make Asterisk feel anxious. Like, they jolly well know that they can't take the Lord. They just open up the map a little bit, buy a little bit more time, clear out the wave minions, and that's pretty much all. While Asterisk, they still gotta have to be real careful, because less threat doesn't mean no threat. Evil can still come up with completely randomly and get killed.
That's going to be FMM. That's going to be Divine Judgment. True will be shred immediately. Powerful is already gone. JC's jump into the ultimate, but he gets suppressed. He has to slow just a little bit, but it is going to be the Lord. Give it over the side of Asterisk for now. Evil will be taking a lot of damage from the side of Asterisk, and one by one, they will fall. Twist will be the only one left apart from Karen, just trying to slow it down, but Asterisk, 3 members left with the Lord in tow right here. They're looking for the end.
Minions are banging on the doors of Team Evil right now. It seems that even Carrot will be going down really soon.
Way.
Minions hitting the crystal. Game looks like it's all but over. And game 1 goes to Asterisk.
Game 1 decisively goes over to Asterisk. Team Evil, where is the playoff buff? Where is the fight? I think that's what the fans technically demand from Team Evil right now.
Well, Team Evil, they are definitely taking some time to, probably get themselves back up to speed. But Asterisk, they are performing just the way that we wanted them to, like we saw in the regular season.
That's right.
They have put themselves back on track, and they are back in the game. Bear is understandably a lot more present in this game compared to the previous series that we have seen before. And you can pretty much see just how big of a difference that could be with the presence of Bear and him being able to rotate every now and then from the EXP lane to the middle lane, or perhaps just in general gaining some river control.
Yeah, look, Asterisk looked much more complete this time around, right?
Yeah.
Previously, they looked slightly disjointed, but this time around, they looked a lot more cohesive. It seems like whatever lunch they had worked for them because they get back, they are here on fire for the first game of the series. But enough about Asterisk. Jace, I want to ask you, what does Evil need to do to bring themselves back into this series?
I think right now it's just they're giving a lot of, too much respect over the time Asterisk, right? Asterisk literally just walked up to them and say, hey, I want a credit card. They'll give the credit card. Hey, I also want your PIN number to your bank account. Yeah, I'll give it to you as well. Can I also take away your lunch as well from McDonald's? Yeah. Team Evil is literally giving way too much over the side of Asterisk, and that's what I kind of don't understand, because Team Evil is the kind of team that looks to seek for this massive momentum and then just stop, right? But you don't see in that. It feels like Team Asterisk is just making sure that their presence are felt every time they step up. Kiwi is there to punish them.
Play off nerves, maybe?
Too early to say, perhaps. I don't know about this, but I would definitely say that for the side of Asterisk, we definitely have this one person that did well. Kiwi.
MVP. Kiwi. Is it maybe?
Kiwi?
Maybe? MVP?
Kiwi? Kaja? FMM? Kiwi? Sorry, I just like saying his name. But yeah, Kiwi, right? Being the one player that has the toughest role, I'm gonna have to say. He don't have instant gratification when it comes down to damage as well as pressure. But every time he manages to land a skill shot, it gives the opponent some anxiety.
That's right. And if you notice closer to the later parts of the game, when he has the Holy Crystal being built in, he has the Divine Glaive, that one shot, just half HP twist right there. And only if JH lands the ultimate of Curse of Blood, that damage is going to be spread to everybody.
Yep.
And not only just that, to make that land even better, the ultimate of Novaria enlarges your hitbox.
Ooh. Tasty.
Yeah, spicy. Like the McCrispy I just had.
It's not that spicy.
It's
not that spicy.
It's
delicious.
It is deliciously
Succulent.
spicy. Yes.
And whatever other nice words I can say.
Anyways, so bringing it back to the game. Enough about my crispy, man. You're making me hungry once again, bro.
I could take another box.
Yeah, we will gladly get another box. CMCX Mlbb.
Make delivery, 2 pieces.
CMC, yeah. CMCX
Make
Mlbb.
delivery $4.50 off if you use your, I think, 850 points.
Anyway, so going back into the highlights of today, we see, of the previous game, we see Kiwi. Here, you see, look at his positioning, man. He was so far away.
Yeah, he was just waiting. He was pretty much just waiting. But to be fair, I gotta have to say that Asterisk managed to get it pretty good, because Twist, I think he's just kind of getting a feel of the area previously. He's in the Black Dragon form for a extended period of time. He could have actually put a lot more things on the board, on the battlefield, if he actually went into the humanoid form a little bit earlier, just so that he can put on more of that kill presence onto the board.
You talk about kill presence, M strength, 100% kill participation for the side of Kiwi as well.
Oh, that's actually impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, technically speaking, Novaria, it's pretty much easy to land a kill participation. All you have to do is just send out the ultimate and scout out, right? As long as you do that, you technically do have a lot of kill participation. But I feel like what we're seeing right here is just Team Evil, especially, I think, yeah, this is probably the winning fight, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, this is the winning fight, right? Before to this lead up, you can see in Team Evil the lack of decisiveness coming in, right? Do they contest or do they not? Do they contest or do they not? They're just clocking steps, going between their bases and the Lord Pit when something else could happen. Maybe Twist could have pushed in the bottom lane. Maybe Shove make some priority in the mid lane. Maybe something like that. Anything but walking and clocking steps.
That's true. We always saw Powerful on an island, and he was there. Like you mentioned, you know, he's trying to make Asterisk a little bit nervous, but once you do it once, you know, do it twice, Asterisk is going to call your bluff, right?
Yep.
And Asterisk is going to be just ignoring it. It's like, oh yeah, Powerful's here. Okay, great. We can waste his time.
Yeah. So, I mean, with the end of game number 1 for match 3 between Asterisk versus Evil, Asterisk did manage to take a pretty convincing win over Evil. And of course, their item builds is all as we can show here. One thing that I would like to point out is Powerful's item, being the Dreadnought Armor, being the first item, followed by the Brute Force Breastplate. Wants to focus a little bit more onto reducing the cooldown, reducing the crowd control duration by, I think, 15%. So honestly, I kind of get where he's coming from. But when it comes down to actually holding down the fort, that is not something that Powerful is capable of doing too much with just an Oracle, Brute Force Breastplate, as well as an Immortality. But like I said before, as much as you want to build HP items in order to do more damage on your Appraiser's Wrath, you don't have the opportunity to do so because you are behind. You can't get greedy. So the lack of Dominance Eyes is probably one thing that I would much prefer. Just on Twist. But remember, because now, Dominance Eyes, you require your enemies to hit you in order to apply that. And as a Fredrin, you have a taunt. So it kind of forces people to hit you.
Does it? I'm kidding. Anyways, huh? But building HP on Brethren as well is not going to be great into the carry on the opposite side, right? True is just going to be shredding through any kind of HP items to build. Dude, Powerful is just caught in between a rock and a hard place, man.
I think when you review the Fredrin in the early stages, early parts of the draft, you see Valentina and Fredrin selected. Usually that's a really safe pick, right?
Yes.
You usually see that being picked in the red side. But, you know, True can also play the carry as well. So that's something that I feel like, you know, Asterisk did a really good job identifying that, hey, since Powerful loves to play the Fredrin, let's just go for a carry.
Yeah, it's not as if Powerful could play the Barats either, right? Because if he plays the Barats, he's just going to get shredded even more. So honestly, like I said, Powerful is caught in between a rock and a hard place. I kind of want to see carry being banned out, actually, in the next series. It opens up a lot more avenues for one of your better players, for one of your playmakers to, well, explore.
Perhaps Evil initially thought that they have an answer to the carry, which I can understand why, right? They have Twist, they have the Yuzhong being able to sustain throughout the entire duration of Chu being annoying, right? And perhaps even take away the possibility of FMM just latching onto someone such as Powerful or perhaps JS. So Twist wants to be in front. He wants to be the one that annoys the heck out of people, and most importantly, to split the battles the way that he wanted it to.
Yeah, but the problem about Team Evil is that he can only go for one. You go for Kiwi, that's actually shooting from like miles away, landing down the damage, or do you actually hunt for Chu? So that's why if you notice how Asterisk was pathing, it's always Chu and Kiwi really far apart, forcing Twist to, okay, you gotta pick one, right? Pick your poison. Do you go for Kiwi or do you go for Chu? Another thing that I would like to talk about in the earlier parts of the game is during the draft, Asterisk went to ran away to Roger, which is also kind of prominent in countering against the carry, because in the early game, Roger should be able to gobble out the carry. And usually you will ban the Harif, right? Harif known to counter the carry, and I feel like this could be a really big brain move coming off from Asterisk, taking full advantage on how the draft works, and also force Evo to really take a slot to ban the chip, especially when you know what happened in chip going up against NIP Flash earlier in this match.
That is very, very, very true. That good. Those are good points, right? But I think going into the next match, what kind of picks and bans do you want to look from the side of Evil?
Personally, I will feel that for the side of Evil, perhaps they are a team that works very well as a death ball. We have seen many times that they play very well as all five. But in this specific game, I don't really see a death ball composition. I see double battery.
Yeah, and I feel like it's that they're unable to do this massive durian, like, okay, fine, I'm going for the team of Singapore, right? This rolling durian of damage, right? Alright? It's all because FMM and also Kiwi is just picking them apart, right? Even though if they want to just compile it together, they're just unable to land on the damage.
That is very, very true. But let's hear from our favorite kind of tofu, Kintofu. See what he thinks.
Yes, it is time for a little bit of tofu, maybe some durian tofu, guys. But yeah, that sounds a bit disgusting. And that's exactly the position that Asterisk have placed Evo in. Now, there's a couple of things that you need to notice at this point. Now, right off the draft itself, you can see Asterisk definitely has better map control, which leaves Evo in a very difficult position, right? I'm going to start playing the clip. I'm going to walk you through the difficult points that Evo have to face at this juncture itself. There's going to be two things that you need to look out for specifically for the Yuzhong. Mr. Twist has to take care of two different lanes of crashing waves while the team is attempting this 50-50 retreat. In this case, because of the level difference, it's not exactly a clear 50-50. In fact, it is in JH's favor, right? And to make things more difficult, when you have the level advantage of every single battle spell, along with your ultimates, here's what FMM will do to you. He's gonna take his conceal and look for that divine judgment. And when justice calls, you do not reject it, right? So right here, the first thing first, it's combined.
Hello everyone, welcome back once again. मैं ग्रैंड फाइनल ला अपने हौजिक लॉट्स ऑर्डर का एलिमिनेटर्स का हौजिक ग्रैंड फाइनल साना का दौरे बेस्ट ऑफ 5 नी एंड कीवी चैंपियनशिप सीजन 1 की लास्ट मैच लास्ट डे अरुइबा ओइगदौरिबनी सिगी साना गदौरिबा टीम अनीसिना डिसाइड तौगदौरिबनी कनाना चैंपियन ओइगनी और कनाना रनर्स अप ओइगनी हाइबदी फर्स्ट प्लेस अमसुंग सेकंड प्लेस हौजिक सिदा डिसाइड तौगदौरिबनी and guys third place the mapachune even oikre and fourth place na akoigi akatsuki na oikre already and prize pool lisung asai loina utkrabani and once again guys I welcome you all to the stream and akoigi auzi uziki wina grand final gi first akoigi grand final gi only one match niko lairiba singa si yu azik ngdang si yu na the Lord's Order versus eliminators ni and sanagadar with team money mo ozik ready like re lobby the loina ready like re and our southcasting si join together was the akoigi Mrs. Any ozik first match tama join together then after that we have our brother QB Sulaimani the minor
fully agree with you. You know, if you're able to get it at the perfect location plus with the flick
in the regular season,
constantly get that effect in on just one. Otherwise, those heals are gonna annoy the heck out of that side.
I feel like I'm selling you a snake oil product right now.
It feels like it, right?
Wait. Context, snake oil product? Wait, what's
snake
the
oil.
connection?
You know what snake oil is?
I know, but how does that relate to...
Like, it feels like we're selling you guys this hype on how Team Evo is supposed to perform really well during the playoffs, right?
Is?
Yeah, but it
but
didn't
the
happen.
snake oil isn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? Snake oil good? Snake oil good what?
Oh, he didn't get that.
Oh wow, he
didn't
doesn't.
get that.
Okay,
He
and
didn't get
it's-
that. Oh my god,
No,
you
I
did
don't
not
get it.
that. Okay,
Oh,
we will
no.
talk during the break. We will talk during the break.
What has happened to you since becoming a dad, man?
Look, I have no idea. I think maybe I don't know. Never mind. Let's move on.
Okay, jokes aside right now, I feel like, okay, I would like to quote Holler on this. He will always ask me, okay, if you are the coach of Team Evil, what would I say? So I will say...
Snake oil. Sorry.
Apart from Snake Oil, I think they just need to look back to the basics. I just feel like, okay, my head is telling me that Team Evil should be able to perform this 3 weeks right there, right? That is able to, like, you know, just grind a lot more. You can start to see the growth with some of these teams. But Team Evil, on the other hand, feels like they stagnated in between the playoffs and the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's as if it's as if Yuji Itadori, from JJK, from Jujutsu Kaisen, right? He was a bit behind, but now he's the main character. If you're reading the manga, the art.
I want to spoil everybody so hard, but it's
good
okay.
right now.
It's so really good.
Shut up.
The redemption arc is so good.
Shut up.
But guess what, guys? It's a limited time
Megumi is never
return.
coming back. Yeah,
I didn't hear anything.
Anyway, so, the JJK collab is back, guys. So if you guys didn't have any of these 4 skins, Gojo, Sensei, Yuji Itadori, Megumi, and what's the girl's name again?
Kugi Sakinobara.
There we go.
Yeah,
What
favorite.
he said.
Mirko's favorite.
So, if you haven't had the chance to get these 4 skins, Melissa, I believe there's also the Julian,
Yep,
I think.
yep,
and then
yep.
you got the Yin, and the...
Nah, I'll win.
What?
Xavier.
Xavier.
Yeah, now
Gojo Satoru.
Does no one know that? I thought that's supposed to be the spoiler. Nah, I'll win.
Yeah.
I would win.
Yeah.
I'm
Nah,
completely
I'll win.
lost at this point. But
Oh, you
anyways,
didn't get it?
if you do not have the skins yet, do make sure to log in and pick up those skins for yourself.
What's wrong with me today?
I don't know, man. What's wrong with us today? Feels like we're all coming in different POVs.
Wavelength.
Yeah, but okay, what I feel like in terms of wavelength, what we all agree on is Asterisk, the rise of Asterisk. The rise of this rising star coming in strong, looking to replace Team Evil. And now, don't forget, ladies and gents, with 1 game away, Team Evil on the verge of getting knocked out from MPL Singapore. Asterisk, on the other hand, looking to rise from the ashes of this Evil.
I mean, looking from the rise of the defeat that they had from NIP Flash earlier, look, their performance in Game 1 was stellar. It was really reminiscent of their games in the regular season, right? So, honestly, I believe Asterisk has what it takes to close this game and make it a 2-0. But I do want to see some life from Evil. Evil has played, well, better in the regular season, and I'm still waiting to see whether the playoff buffs will kick in for them or not.
If not now, then when?
Yeah,
Now's
right.
the only time that they gotta have to go.
This is potentially the last game, ladies and gents.
They gotta have to go all the way at this point in time. It will be way too late if they don't work on something right now. So, what do we have here? Right off the bat, we do have the Minotaur ban, Angela ban, as well as, guess what? Novaria ban. There's still quite a lot of these heroes that is currently available, such as Moskov, Roger, what else again? Mathilda.
Even like maybe
Loi,
the Natan, the Loi, the Chip. Heaps of bans, and
I'm
honestly,
fine with Chip. Chip can go. I'm fine with that.
Especially what we saw in the first series, right?
Yeah,
but I feel
Asterisk
like
shouldn't
right now
take
it's not Asterisk side to ban, it's more on Team Evil side. But if they want to do that, they are sacrificing slot.
So just go for the Loi ban or Mathilda ban. I think that is all pretty understandable. With how the meta is at this point in time, Asterisk would just want to remove anything that's pretty annoying. But I do want to look out for a bit of a pattern from all of these bans. Does any of these bans tell us anything at this point in time? I'll say no, actually. It kind of seems as though they're just banning heroes because they just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, for the side of Team Evil, it's more on that kind of theme. I don't want to deal with the Minotaur, I don't want to deal with the Novaria. Whereas on the side of Asterisk, this is a ban where you ban for almost any other teams, right? Like the Harry ban, the Angela ban, what's next? Probably the Mathilda ban. But doing so, you are leaking out the Moskov over to the side of Jasis. or to a certain extent the Roger as well. But it's more on Team Evil side right now. What are they looking to ban?
I mean, Evil could ban Chip.
Man, I just feel like Chip is not really
not needed.
Anyways, ladies and gents, right now, we are also playing this live all the way in Scape. So if you want to join us right here, we still have more series. Right now, looking at Asterisk, did they ban the Mathilda? I think that's kind of a no-brainer because Karen does play.
We can eventually be able to find out a little bit more idea as to what are the common traits in all of these heroes that they have banned. No assassins banned so far, no other jungler banned so far. We have a lot of mages that has actually been taken away. Generally, it does pretty much just seem like Asterisk just wants to remove all of these annoying heroes that can essentially just be the one that controls a team fight. Having a Zaman Force or perhaps even a Divergent or being able to create a zone in the area. Zoning is definitely Loi's one of the most powerful tools. So Evil picking up a Roger for their very first pick.
I wonder if we're just gonna see a standard Faramis exchange.
We haven't seen Faramis for the entirety of today.
Faramis Valentina, that's what I was thinking, right? And we do see the version getting picked up for the side of Asterisk JH, one of JH's iconic heroes, taken away from the hands of Powerful. But I'm guessing Powerful is just going to be playing some Barats. It should just be a common handshake, I reckon.
Yeah, very likely it will be Barats. We have seen him playing onto the Barats as well as the Fredrin for most of the time. So if they do not really have much of a safe heroes that they would want to rely on, Barats is understandably going to be one of the safer parts. While in the meantime, when it comes down to roam, Mathilda is currently still open as well. So if Carrot will want to head on to picking up the Mathilda for himself, that is still going to be fine and dandy. Mathilda. Okay.
They have to pick the Faramis right here. Focus on the hero for a twist. They need to pick the Faramis right here. If not, Asterisk is going to ban it in the second ban phase. They've already selected the Valentina, but they're also going to be spawning Valentina. The Kiwi on this Valentina will have a lot of ultimates to pick from. You can pick the penalty zone or even the Nether Realm as well. So it's all nice and dandy, and now Asterisk gets to secure the old Mosscalps going into the hands of Shu.
Look, this is what I was talking about, right? I was like, Faramis makes perfect sense for either of these teams to pick, and then the other team's evidently going to be picking the Valentina. With the bans banning out a lot of commonly played mages, I think they were left with getting the Faramis or the Valentina, and Asterisk opted for the Valentina. A little bit more flexibility on their part, but Faramis, Sayla is piloting this, remember. Sayla on the Faramis is very scary.
So with that all said and done, Evil have pretty much set themselves on a death ball game, which is powerful. We've got the gold laner down, EXP as well as mid. We'll just have the jungle as well as roam. When it comes down to aggressiveness, I'm not too sure if I'm not too sure even Mathilda is going to be one of the ideas that Evil would want to go for. So Arlet being a setup hero for Evil may actually be a pretty good idea here too.
Yeah, I think Arlet would be a good pick for the side of Team Evil. I do expect to see a Barats ban from the side of Asterisk. It makes perfect sense. If you remove Barats, it forces Powerful to play something like the Boxia. Right, and honestly, Boxia into this team composition, not too hot.
Actually, Boxia is really good for this kind of composition, right? You can limit the heals coming out of Virgin, you limit the great health, right? So that's also something. True. So that's why instead of going for that kind of Barats ban, you want to deal with something that you know will come out, right? So that's why Asterisk decides to go ahead and ban the Nathan. Why would you ban the Nathan right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Are they thinking that the Roger could be flexed into the jungle role? Because that did happen in another MPL season. And don't forget, Powerful also debuted on a Roger jungler back then.
That's very true. We do see the final ban from the side of Team Evil being the X-Borg. X-Borg, we saw X-Borg in the hands of Bray being incredibly dangerous. They decided, look, we don't want to deal with that. And, that's fair enough. X-Borg into a death ball competition is truly asking for death.
Okay, Asterisk picking up the Edith for themselves in this case. So they do have FMM that's going to be playing on the Edith, and I believe the FMM actually have been playing Edith quite a lot of times in the regular season itself, right?
Yep. FMM on Edith is truly something to just observe and watch. You know, it's honestly really, he plays it very, very, very well, and I think it also suits this team composition.
Yep, and not only just that, don't forget Edith also does percentage HP damage that spreads, right? That spreads when Faramis pops the Nether Realm, everybody will be in that circle, will be in that vicinity. And it's also a very good engage tool. And now Team Evo right here, right? I think they're looking for more tankiness. They're looking for more frontliners. There you go. That's going to be the Buxia. That's what we're talking about. And now probably going to be, okay, a Ruby roam instead. Something of a utility roam coming out from the side of Team Evo.
Oh, the Buxia did appear after all. So we are definitely going to see a Buxia onto the side of Powerful. Even though Barat is not going to be somewhere around here. They are playing a relatively aggressive composition from the side of Evil. They would want to jump themselves over to the backlines. Something that Ruby, Buxia, Faramis, Rizla, and Roger, they all do possess some form of mobility that allows them to jump over the backlines, especially since Moskov is such a slippery hero whenever he gets himself that Holy Trinity.
Yeah, look, if Evil is going to be able to lock down Moskov using combination of the penalty zone as well as Ruby's skills in general, honestly, Asterisk is not in for a good time. But the question is execution. Will Evil be able to execute this well? Yuzhong, great roundup, I think, for the side of Asterisk. Just overall in general, being able to zone out the side of Team Evil. And if Team Evil does engage, wow, Yuzhong is just going to be doing so much work.
Alright, with that all said and done, both Evil and Asterisk have already solidified their team. With Evil going back to their Death Ball composition that we very much has been used to. But in the meantime, for the side of Asterisk, they do have quite a bit of heroes that are very individualistic and they are really strong all by themselves, all the way down to their roamer. Even if the roamer is not able to, you know, do much, he can of course work out in the Primal Wrath and he can deal bunch load of damage.
Tons of damage, as we like to say on this. But enough from us. We are going into game number 2 of the 3rd series of the day in the MPL SG Season 7 playoff day 1. I got it right.
Yep, finally. But anyways, ladies and gents, if you're here for Team Evil, don't forget this could potentially be the last game. They need all that energy, they all need all their support in order to beat Asterisk. But with that said, Asterisk looking to rise up not only just as a star, but as a villain, taking down Team Evil.
So right off the bat, we are definitely seeing both of the junglers that will be starting from the turtle side, which eventually will end up in the gold side. One thing we gotta have to talk about also is, or rather not talk about, but one thing that we gotta have to point out is also going to be that Moskov versus Roger matchup, which we have seen a lot and a lot of times throughout the entirety of today. It's very fair and very safe to say the Moskov will be having a very good time all the way until 8 minutes into the game. So Evil, they gotta have to supplement this. They gotta have to find a way to eventually help JS to get that kind of power spike that he very much wants as a Roger.
Yeah, but I think both teams recognize that, right? We see the jungle and the roam moving together as a pair. They were moving up in the gold lane, but now they've kind of split off slightly. We do see an early invade coming in from the side of Powerful. Asterisk is not, JH is not going to be happy seeing that he's missing a cap, but I think with him hitting, he should be able to hit 4. Yeah, he's already at 4 before the turtle fight, so I reckon everything is fine for the side of JH at this point.
Everything feels like it's going to be going textbook for both of these two teams, between Evil and also Asterisk, right? But don't forget, Asterisk does have a ton of damage coming from the Edith as well, especially when he goes into the human form.
Very standard rotations coming from both of these teams. In fact, probably exactly the same kind of rotation. So it boils down to which is the team that will be able to get themselves the head start through this turtle fight.
I would say the big problem is Bear doesn't really have level 4, but that doesn't really matter because your H already picked up the turtle. And now it's going to be Bear because of the fact that he has the turtle. He goes in to the dragon form, catches 2, and now not only just that 2, will go send the Spear of Destruction to land onto the damage. Twist holding on, but barely. And now Powerful will roll onto FMM. Nice flicker! FMM gets away alive!
That is so close, FMM, living with a pixel of his HP. 3-0 on the side of Asterisk right now. 1.2k gold lead with a turtle to boot as well as the cherry on top of the cake.
Man, a flicker with a very good meaning. FMM understands that as long as he lands onwards and flicker shortly after, he will be able to stun down onto the Baxia for a decent amount of period of time, and also a flicker to create that kind of distance. Because onwards, I mean, you go to your enemies, you give the Baxia the kill essentially, and that was just an absolute play from Asterisk to not give a single kill over to Evil.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be Team Evil looking to look elsewhere instead, unfortunately, after that disaster of a turtle fight right now. Asterisk playing it simple. They have the lead right now. It's all about how they maximize on this one.
Yeah, we see Evil trying to group up, trying to shove and put some more pressure to Chu, but with FMM standing in the wings, it seems like it's all for naught. Turtle spawning in 25 seconds.
Since we're talking about the turtle, might as well take a look at the junglers with JH currently at level 7 and Powerful at level 6. Powerful is still about 1/4 of EXP away until he hits level 7, and only then he can start to contest for this turtle. So Powerful gonna have to stay in lane for now, and JH, they should be able to understand that with Evil going to the lanes to get some farm, they could actually expand their territory just a tad bit more, just so that they will be able to put some pressure on top of Evil.
Yeah, well, pressure goes twofold, right? You can either push the lane or you can start the turtle, which is exactly what Ashes is doing. Bear coming in from the side, Black Dragon Form trying to push everyone away. Turtle secured by JH.
Turtle secured by JH. Nobody decided Team Evil will follow up. Sayla has to burn the Purify just to get out of dodge. FMM estimated where he is.
Time and time again, the turtle has been taken by Asterisk for very good reasons. It all boils down to the lane priorities, whereby it is tough for Twist to be able to do anything. Down in the bottom lane, even to make matters worse, JS suffered a defeat to the hands of Chu. And this is just the standard Moscow versus Roger kind of thing. But top lane,
oh man,
not something that I expected though.
Yeah, Sayla's all the way up top. And I just feel like, you know, if you're telling me that the Moskov is 0-0-0 all the way to like 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, that's normal. But if Jace is already like 0-1-0 or 0-0-0 into 5 minutes, yeah, that's a big problem. Because the Roger needs to look for the snowball, especially when Jace is going for the more traditional build for the Roger, right? We saw the Windtalker, the Endless Battle, that sort of build, right? And in fact, with the Quantum Charge as well, a Twist, penalty zone landing it out. Now it's going to be Powerful, spinning for the win, will not be able to land onto Chu instead. Chu sidestepping, and now FMM gets dragged, goes into the human form, spreading the damage. No damage coming out from Team Evil for now, they will retreat.
Not quite enough damage for them to eventually bring FMM out, despite putting quite a bit of resources onto him, it seems, with the Tortoise's Persons as well as I'm Offended, just so that they can catch onto FMM, pull him under the turret. But to be fair, Carrot didn't use his flicker, as he didn't see that as the opportunity to really make very big plays. There will be a point in time where Evil are better set up for a bigger team fight against Asterisk. So right now, we haven't exactly seen that 5v5 death ball just yet, but when that happens, I'm pretty sure that Asterisk might be surprised, because Sayla, I don't think that we saw him with his NetherRealm yet, until now.
NetherRealm committed already for the side of Sayla and also the Flicker. No Flicker ultimate for the side. Twist going into this solo fight. Powerful needs to seek an outplay elsewhere. FMM decides to go for that one instead.
Oh, the timing of the NetherRealm though. Oh, hold on a second. I'm offended.
I'm offended right here. FMM flickers backward as well. And not only just that, it's going to be the Black Dragon for coming to the Bear. Chu will be able to take down the turret on the bottom side instead, whereas Team Evil will be securing 2 kills on the top side, and they're coming back alive. Jason will be going to look for the dodge. Kiwi has to run away. The Terrified will be buying him a bit of time. Flickers away to safety. Asterisk will trade top side for bottom lane priority.
And the turtle as well. So we have one turtle that's taken by the side of
lane.
Asterisk.
2, 1 dot. Dodge, sidestep, Sayla. Oh, come on.
Chu does eventually fall down. It was super close to being pincered by two members of Team Evil, eventually does go down with nowhere to run.
77 seconds until the Lord eventually spawns. We are only 7 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. Evil currently did manage to get a little bit of signs of life in the past minute or so, right after the third turtle has been taken down. So definitely Evil is not out of the woods yet, and Asterisk can't just casually just throw caution into the wind. There is still a proper fight that Evil can deliver onto the game. As you can see right here, Powerful and Carrot, they are setting up together with JS. They are eyeing for this first tier defense turret just so that they can get a little bit more gold in their pockets.
Gold is one thing, but map control is another thing, right?
Yeah.
The thing is that currently all turrets, all first tier turrets are up for Asterisk. So Evil's way of space to maneuver around the map is very, well, compromised at this point, right? So they do want to try to get a turret so they have a little bit more room to move around and maneuver as a death ball. But right now, with nothing to fight for, well, Lord is spawning in 13 seconds, but it seems like Asterisk is trying to pick a fight.
Team Evo going the same. Twist, penalty zone, land, and Kiwi will pop his own into round set, but here comes the big flying bear! Diving and driving around, Petrify landing on a 4, and now the shot resident secures Karen as well. Sail drags him back and allows him to get close even further towards the whole team of Team Evo. It's a complete disaster for Team Evo as Asterisk 3-4 men down in their advantage, and they crack open mid lane.
Oh, massive setup coming in from the side of Asterisk. That was the most opportunistic moment for each and every individual for the side of Asterisk. We knew and we saw that Bear managed to find that timing to come on down with the Dragon's Tail. It managed to hit everyone with a single stack, and we know from that point on, it is way too difficult for them to even get themselves out of the grasp of Asterisk.
The entire fight was flipped on his head with one Black Dragon form from Bear. Honestly, if Bear's not the MVP of that match just because of that fight, I'll be very surprised.
It's not a bird, it's not a plane, no, it's a bear.
It's not a bear, it's not a plane, it's a bear. It means it's not a dragon, it's not a plane.
Oh, it's a bear plane dragon.
Bear plane dragon.
It's a
Okay,
bear
anyways,
dragon.
so
It's a bearded dragon. It's a bear dragon.
The bear dragon.
Yeah.
I like the fact that we're giving him new nicknames as the game goes by. But here we go. It's like, how is Team Evo just suddenly losing so much space, right? And when they try to focus on making sure that JC gets his mind, but hold on a second, Powerful looking for an engage right here. But look at how Asterisk knowing when to go in and go out. Carrot, that's a lot. I'm offended going in. JH taking a lot of damage right here, taking a lot of punishment. Penalty zone will be able to land onto a couple. Sailor stepping forward with the Netherrealm, trying to make sure his whole team stay alive. But the stun from the side of the Netherrealm passive, and now Powerful will be stepping forward just a little bit. And now FMM pops the conceal just to try to get on the way. Evil finally take down JH.
But whilst that fight is happening, look at bot lane. Lord is pushing the turret down. Asterisk was okay with taking that fight, right? And I mean, honestly, Asterisk is okay with taking that fight because as Lord's pushing in, look at the HP on the bottom tier turret. It is almost non-existent. Yeah, it's non-existent, right? So losing one for that kind of push is worth it. And guess what? You're still up 3.3k gold, right? So honestly, Asterisk is playing this really, really, really well.
This is the best case result, I gotta have to say, coming in from the very first Lord. Normally when it comes down to first Lord, what you expect is to bring down all of the outer turrets. That's pretty much all. You wouldn't expect much. But the bonus is where you are able to even have the Lord touch the inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
The bigger bonus is to bring down the turret. We're kind of like in between of stage 2 and stage 3. In fact, it's relatively fair to say that we are almost at the later part of stage 3 because of the fact that the bottom lane inhibitor turret is pretty much just one hit away.
No, not only just one hit away, one sneeze away. Two, and it's already down.
This is where we need Vanix with the later to come in and shoot the turret from out of range, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, Moscow doesn't really have the range to kind of abuse it. But at the same time, we're also looking at how Team Evo trying to regain more map. Asterisk, on the other hand, if you can start to see paying a little bit more respect over to the side of Team Evo this time.
they can definitely understand that the amount of crowd control from Evil is definitely scary. We have seen previously, in the previous fight, the kind of fight back that Evil is capable of bringing onto the team. And of course, JS's items, I think that him as an executioner is starting to be a lot more scary with all the like pounces.
Once you play, Carrot has already committed to that, but Twist will be slowing down the momentum coming out of Team Evil. Team Evil has to back off. Well played there by the side of Bear.
Yeah, Bear managed to blend the Petrify onto 2, I believe, before really recognizing that Carrot was coming down, so he decided to disengage. Very well played from the side of Bear, as we see the Lord being started up by JH.
With the Lord currently slowly reaching down to half HP, JH, of course, will be taking on to the mantle for the Lord's Dance. Evil, they still have the opportunity to kind of go for it. I mean, Evil, yes, Powerful is currently level 13, followed by JH at level 14. But when it comes down to crowd control, Evil does have it. If Carrot were to expend the I'm Offended and the Flicker onto JH at the perfect opportunity, at the perfect time, there could even be a chance that they will be able to disrupt Asterisk's attempt on the Lord.
Yep, Twist spotted out at the bottom lane. It's going to be Bear going into the Black Dragon form. Will be spotting out Powerful as well. The members of Sayla and also Jason's will not be able to reinforce the front line as well. True, right here stepping forward, but Twist will be looking for a penalty zone, but no, he flickers instead. Doesn't let the penalty zone, and now he will pay his life. What a prize! But Asterisk, in the meantime, will be able to take the Lord down away from Team Evil. And Asterisk now Spear of Destruction just to follow up the icing on the cake for the side of 2.
With that all said and done, the evil magic is about to be dispelled as Asterisk has managed to get themselves quite a lead in front of Evil, with the Lord marching down to the bottom lane, with the entire team marching in the middle lane. They want to end this as soon as possible as they see the light at the end of the tunnel.
They definitely do, and now Carrot's just looking to try to shut that light, but the tunnel is set. Sailor gets popped off immediately gets deleted off, and now it's just going to be Asterisk looking for more, and it's going to be also members from the side of Team Evil slowly falling apart. Top side already cracked open, Black Dragon bomb committed, and it's going to be Asterisk dispelling the Evil, and they will going up for a little bit longer in MPL Singapore.
What a game!
The end of Team Evil's era.
Oh man, this is the end of an era that we're watching, man. This is the end of Evil for MPL SG Season 7. I honestly don't know what... I'm a little bit speechless, man. I mean, I've heard so much about Team Evil coming into the playoffs, and I had my expectations a little bit high, not gonna lie. But, you know, we did all predict that Asterisk was gonna come out and win the series, but what we didn't expect is a 2-0.
Indeed. Despite the fact that I believe that Asterisk would have an opportunity to win, I still feel absolutely gutted at the fact that Evil didn't manage to take a game away from Asterisk. They have been the mainstays in MPL SG for the longest period of time. We have seen them grow from a community team to Titan Slayers. There's so much that Team Evil has showed for themselves. But today, it seems like the clock hit 12 and all of the magic has disappeared.
Man, it's like Cinderella. Sorry, all over again for the side of Team Evil, but also for Asterisk. Man, how they rose from the ashes of Team Evil. Team Evil inspired more community teams. Asterisk also one of them, and they've finally taken down one of the massive Titan Slayers in MPL Singapore.
You know, I was watching the qualifier matches that Asterisk was playing, you know, and I was like, wait, this is a qualifier team? You know, and, you know, I'm so happy to see them make it past day 1 of playoffs. And also see that they've come back together, you know, better than the first series. Because the first series, they looked, to be honest, a little bit disjointed. Right? It looked like communication wasn't quite there. Maybe it was too early in the morning, they haven't quite waken up yet. But I have to say, the second series that they're playing looked a lot better. And I want to see more games like this from them moving on.
Man, they're moving on towards to fight against the winner between Bleed and Vanguard, and that will be decided in the next series.
Now, with that all said, since we are concluding a chapter between Evil versus Asterisk, we're gonna have to crown the MVP for this very specific match itself.
The Flying Bear.
The Flying Bear.
Flying Bear.
The Flying Bear.
The bear bird plane dragon thingy.
Yep.
Okay.
Ladies and gents, watch out because it's not a bird, it's not a plane. It should be bear. There we go.
How are you guys always on point when it comes down to calling out the MVP?
How are you not?
How are you not?
I mean, I didn't call out anything, so maybe that's why I don't feel that gratification as we move on now because I am starting to embarrass myself.
So Bear being the MVP makes so much sense. You know, he was pivotal, especially in the second last fight, where literally he single-handedly or single-dragonly flipped the fight on his head. He came in from a flank angle. They did not see him coming. Petrified, used everything, used all his skills, did tons of damage, and just won the fight from one ultimate.
I personally feel like it's not just damage that Bear was
CC
able to
duration.
do. His CCs were on point. There are a few times, in fact, if he had not landed that Petrify, even though the Lord is coming up, usually he will save for the Lord. Instead, he used it there because he needs to save his teammates. And once Evil was able to reinforce altogether, and that's it. Asterisk is not ready for the fight. So he burned that Petrify right there and then, saves Asterisk from that particular bad fight.
Well, it saves them from playing one more game with the series, right? I mean, honestly, Bear was so pivotal. And I'm excited to hear how they're going to be, I guess, communicating with each other in the mic track. We'll check it out right now. For a moment there, right?
Let me simulate that for you.
No, in my mind, it's more of the fact that they are so good with one another. They speak telepathically.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You stole the words right from my mouth, man. I was going to be like, look, they don't need to communicate because it's
They
just...
know what they're doing. Just like,
Wait for me.
okay, I'm going to tell you.
I'm dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you need to do.
Are you sure? Yeah. Ask him, what did I say to him?
He said that I looked really good today.
Oh, I thought he says that the mic check is ready, ladies and gents. Let's take a look at the mic check right now.
Trust me, the wrong person.
你等我啊，你等我啊。
Catch me 啦，catch me 啦。
I can go back, go back. Relax.
I still got pull ah, Jay. Yeah. I low. I'm out. I think. Better no Camila.
Back in.
So. I think.
No, pick up.
Later flicker. Can you get a lot in or? Careful. They link also.
Nice one.
Later flicker.
Delay. Wait, there's a free on Yutong.
Let me drop and Florin only.
Wait for me.
I'm dead.
You can continue, back, you can continue.
I may be cool. Get a dog. Stay on me.
I slap. Oh. Fire free.
I tree.
Nice one, guys.
Teaser.
I can go.
Fine.
Nice one.
Hey, boy.
Go.
You can fight. You continue fight. Nice one, guys.
Whee!
Nice one. Nice one.
I'm going for.
I got two. Relax.
Don't celebrate.
Again. And nice.
Did you just double blinked? In that short moment in time? Like in 1 second, I thought I saw two like blink twice. But
Yeah, because Sailor was tracking him.
Ah.
Yeah. There are a couple of times where Sailor's Shadow Stampede actually helped Asterisk more. Yeah, remember when Bear is like, jumping onto another person and then just killing him off? After he killed, he just whee all the way back. Yeah, that was because Sailor's Shadow Stampede. So that's why Faramis is also very important. When you cast a Shadow Stampede, you don't want to make sure that it's detrimental to you. It's a free gap closer, by the way.
Makes sense. Makes absolute
Or
sense.
free escape in the case of Bear just now, right? So honestly, guys, communication is key, right? We hear that from all the different mic checks that we hear, especially in this one where we just hear a common wee. That's when you know the game is going well.
Yeah, it is. It is actually kind of terrifying to hear that from the enemy team. But let's take a look at the item builds right now.
Yeah, so the item builds for the side of Asterisk, actually the game is only 14 minutes. Pretty standard stuff, but anything interesting, anything stand out to you?
Well, nothing in particular, I gotta have to say. Actually, they are all pretty much what I
Stallium
expected.
side
Yeah, I
on
was gonna say.
Edith.
No, that's pretty normal.
No,
That's
but
pretty normal.
if you notice, it's the third item.
Yeah, that's pretty okay. That's pretty okay. Because when it comes down to the Stallium Scythe for the side of Edith, especially if your team is ahead, you can actually reap a lot of rewards whenever you're out of Primal Wrath.
And
that's true damage.
Yeah, exactly, and that's because he is ahead, right? Usually you build for like the Dom Eyes and whatnot, right? But
You can build it for a 5th item as well. If you want to have fun a little bit, you can even get yourself a Holy Crystal at the 5th item.
Correct.
The 6th
That's
item.
true. And that's exactly FMN's statement, right? He's having so much fun, he's basically weeing around. And that's why the Stallium side came out. And this shows the dominance that Asperis was able to deal against Team Evo.
Yeah, look, I mean, the item builds are extremely aggressive, and especially on Edith on the FMM side. But we do also want to, I do also want to touch base on Jace's item build. We see him building the executioner style of the Roger instead of the Holy Trinity Roger. Didn't quite work out for him. I think his team was not able to output enough damage to do that executioner style cleanup.
I think that they needed more bruises, right? Because, okay, yes, Terizla do have quite a bit of damage, but most of the time your Terizla will be out there to really soak the damage. Your main priority is not to swing your hammer. It's more of land the penalty zone and stay there, look pretty. But other than that, you gotta need that Roger to actually stay at the back lines, and hopefully with the Holy Trinity, you'll be able to do more damage and help Sayla, or have Sayla help you instead.
I'm not sure how pretty Terizla can look, but I get your point. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think this item build is, we do, I guess, sorry, this is the importance of item builds, right? You can't just copy and paste an item build that you found online, or for example, an item build that you see in game, because it's very situational based on the team composition you're playing. And unfortunately, for Jace's, I personally don't believe that this was the best composition as a Roger. But I do understand where he was trying to go towards this first.
I think he's trying to look to burst down Chu in the early game, right? And then after that, once he gets the snowball going, he can basically swap other items into more of a DPS, because this is basically a burst Roger composition, right? Especially when you're going up against like a bear that's flying towards you. Yeah, you don't want to burst him down. You don't try to burst
you can't
Roger
burst him down.
or a Yuzhong down. You try to out DPS him.
It's understandably real difficult for JS to even do anything to Chu playing as a spear, right? When they are... I mean, we all have seen it before many times. When it comes down to the goal lane, Roger just loses to the spear time and time again. And Roger just don't have the opportunity to eventually get themselves the snowball. And throughout the entirety of today, have we even seen a single Roger snowball? No, we don't.
Not at all.
So the execution style for the Roger just doesn't seem to pop off nowadays, and probably we should only be looking at the Holy Trinity for now.
Yeah,
I think, but the thing is that even with the Holy Trinity, right? We haven't seen much success with Roger, at least locally in MPL.
You seen Seiji?
Well, that's the only Roger that really did well, at least from recent memory, right? From the games that I've casted. I haven't really seen much success on the Roger. We do see a few wins, yes, but it wasn't because of the Roger himself, right? But looking at the emblems, I think it was pretty standard emblems throughout the board here. Anything catches your interest, guys?
I'm looking through, but I don't see anything.
Attack
This is
speed
very
for
standard.
Edith.
Yeah, attack speed for Edith.
Add-on attack speed. So gets more attack speed, and not only just that, you can see how Carrot decides to go for not only just the movement emblem, but also with his blessing as well, because he wants to constantly rotate to help out Jace's, to help out the mid, and also rotate over to Twist.
Now that you mention it, this is probably one of the only few games where we are where both teams actually have most amount of that, right? Being able to traverse the map a lot faster. Both FMM and Kiwi. Okay, FMM, Kiwi, Carrot, and Sayla. They all have extra movement speed.
Yep. In fact, Kiwi is unable to do so because you need that CD as quickly as possible so that you can reset using the Valentina first skill, so that you can basically spit. Basically 3 times. Sorry, I call the first skill spit.
You call it what?
Just
Spitting?
Spit. Yeah.
Spit.
Yeah, the
Fair
Valentina
enough.
spit. I always call it the spit.
I see.
Yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. So going into the stats-wise, I don't know, there's a lot of turret damage.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that really caught my eye is probably just Chu getting himself 792 GPM, and this is definitely one of the highest, one of the high GPM. Of course, we are not going to be counting like Seiji, for example, because the last thing that we saw was probably who was number 2?
Number 2.
Number 2, 790 something, right? I
Yeah.
think rank 2 was 790 something.
Vanix, I think.
Vanix, yes. I think Vanix is the one.
No?
So at least when it comes down to this game, we can pretty much say that Chu has definitely participated in the team fights a lot. And as the Spear, oh no, this time it's Moskov already. So as Moskov has been doing extremely well. And throughout the board, Chu and friends, they have dealt so much turret damage. They understood that they're gonna have to play for the objective. And this time, a lot more methodical with every single part of their approach.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about how textbook it was for the side of Asterisk as well, right?
Even for the start,
Even
Evo
for the
was pretty
start,
textbook too.
Yeah, for the start of
and the
Evo, until the end, that's where, you know, a little bit more creative liberties as well that's being used by the side of Asterisk.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think Asterisk has shown us a masterclass in how to finish a game from start to finish. And once again, congratulations to Asterisk for moving on to day 2. But, well, I'm curious to see what kind of analysis Kindofu has for us. So take it away, my man.
Thank you. It is time back into the Tofu Corner. And let me ask you a question. Do you know how long a cycle is? A cycle normally happens between 7 to 10 years, and this is our 7th season. So, ladies and gentlemen, please remember this day. It is the start of a new era itself. The team fight team that we have all lauded as the best team in the playoffs with the playoff buff has been taken down this season. And we welcome the new community champions here. It's going to be Asterisk. Now, I'm going to show you a very short clip of how they won one of the biggest team fight teams in our history of MPL SG, and it all starts with Mr. FMM here. Right, so a very nice catch. 2 moves in 1 fell swoop. Number 1, we have Kiwi here with the stolen, with the IMU stolen NetherRealm. Procs it to save and extend the life of the team. Secondly, they follow it up with the Earth Shatter coming out from FMN. Now that's the first 2 blows they're going to deal to our team fight team here. Third one is going to come in a slight moment. This is going to come in the form of Chu, like you guys mentioned. Chu has been throwing spears all day long, and man, does it hurt. And when you actually corral them into one corner like this is exactly what our MVP of the day loves. That is going to be his Petrified Furious Dive Dragon Tails combo. And this 4th move is the killer move because at this point, there is nothing more that Evo can provide at this point. It's just clean up from this straight up. And Chu, of course, adding a little bit of flair to the performance, leading in with the Spear of Destruction, ending and putting them out of their misery. That is the game of today, 2-0 going in for Asterisk. They will make it further down the line in the lower brackets. Now, this is not the end of the journey. Of course, for them, it is going to be the end for Evo, unfortunately. Now, as we proceed to the last game of the day, we have to find out the thoughts on the side of Asterisk, because now they have earned themselves a new title. They have taken the title away from Evo. It's time to see these new champions, what are they going to do next?
Thank you so much, our favorite kind of tofu. And right now here I have coach of Asterisk beside me, RL19. Hi.
Hello.
Okay, come closer. Okay, so coming into this match, it is a true Singapore special. What was your approach coming into this game?
Coming into this match, I just focused on what Evo was doing. I watched. I respected them, of course. They've always come off with this playoff buff. So I actually watched Evil's games like all the way from 2 seasons ago, 1 season ago, and I found a trend that I managed to like tell my team.
So the trend is the ridiculous team fights that keep happening, and that's why you picked the Camilla?
Mainly, yes.
Maybe?
Yes.
Okay, so but it has proven very effective because you guys know that they are huge on team fights. And right now for Team Asterisk also, like the bond that the players have works phenomenally with team fights as well. But I mean, since the opportunity I have you here, right, I didn't get the chance to interview them for their first match today. What went on earlier for Team Flash's match?
I think it's except for FMM, I think it's like the first time they play in playoffs, like in upper brackets. And I think the pressure got to them, so they weren't at their best shape, and we made a few wrong decisions, and Team Flash punished us.
I see. But definitely the boys have more to give, right?
Definitely.
And we're very excited for that. Now, there was a 2-week break between the regular season and playoffs. So what did you guys tweak along the way preparing to come into playoffs today?
There was a lot of things we prepared. I mean, we were fighting Team Flash, right? So it was very confusing for us because like we see how they played in regular season. Like every single game they played something different. So what I tried to say to my team is, okay, we gotta come up with something, and we don't care what they play, but we're just gonna play our own things. Which we tried to do, but unfortunately they were better today.
Right, so probably a little bit of tweaking once again. And yeah, so moving forward into the game, you would be seeing either Bleed or Vanguard. Who do you think it will be?
Personally, I'm not sure because we lost to both teams, right, in regular season. So no matter which team we fight, it will be a chance for my players to get back their revenge. But I think they're friends with people from Vanguard, so maybe we're hoping to see them.
You're hoping to see Vanguard?
Hoping, but I think Bleed will win them after this.
So you're anticipating Bleed. So
Yes.
how will you as coach approach that? Okay, you cannot ask, right, because it's stretch.
Yeah.
Okay, but definitely you're looking forward to duking it out with Bleed later on.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so anything that you want to say as a position of coach to all of the brand new supporters of Astra so far?
I would just like to thank all the supporters who came down and supported us. I know we're a new team, but we're here to stay.
All right, and that is RL19, guys. Thank you so much, RL19.
You're welcome.
Yay! So guys, that was RL19 coach right here from Astras. Now today was a change of a brand new era where we had to say goodbye to a MPL SG playoff staple, and that is our community heroes Evil. Now, of course, Astras is also a full Singapore team, which is also now our community kings that will continue the dreams of Evil right here in this playoff season. Now, for the next match that's coming up for match 4, we'll be seeing the likes of Bleed Esports going up against Vanguard SG. Now, for this match that's closing off the show, what will unfurl and which team will we say goodbye once more in a day? Stick around and we'll see you for match 4.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know.
Oh.
I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This is the goat.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting same thing. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
You write the current name.
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh?
Oh.
Like you say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Huh? Oh.
Dude, what? Eudora is correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Tapi je kan EXO.
Tak, 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, looks like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind. Oh.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay. Huh?
Wait.
Like a universe What's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that the powers was not like featured in the box.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe
Do not say
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
the first player to guess blue. A lot of people guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh.
Why you don't know it? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
You're gonna rent it.
This will sting. You have my word.
オーラってやつは隠してもにじみ出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know.
Oh.
I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga. I think we're getting simple. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must. Didn't he have a different name?
You write the current name.
Okay.
Oh, easy game, bro.
Oh?
Oh.
Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers? Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name ah? Dante ah?
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
What?
Oh. 2, 1. Eudora's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Huh?
Oh, wait, bro. Yeah.
Tapi je kan EXO.
Obviously.
Tak.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
Thought it's veil because of the wind. Oh.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage ah.
Oh wait.
Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe ah. Looks very familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh, you know the light bulb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that powers was not like featured in the bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not say
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
the first player to guess 2 eh. The first player to guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? OSIM.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
Okay.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga. I think we're getting simple. Yeah.
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Didn't he have a different name?
We write the current name.
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you all say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Huh?
Okay.
So easy ah.
Wow. What's the old name ah? Dante ah?
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Oh. 2, 1. Eudora's correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget ah.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Tapi je kan EXO. Tak, tak ada.
3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, looks like a girl skin.
Thought it's veil because of the wind. Oh.
There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage ah.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe ah. Looks like familiar.
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. Look at the correct answer.
Wow. I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized the powers was not like featured in the pocket.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin ah.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe ah.
Do not
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess blue, eh? The first player to guess blue. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? musim.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my
私は強くなるんだ。そのためなら何だって。自分の良心に従って人を助ける。オーラってやつは隠しても滲み出るもんだからな。
Who is the best looking player in MPL SG?
Oh wait. I know. I know. No, I know this one is the goat. Oh, this is the goat.
You sure easiest or not? Easy or hard?
Best looking player.
This one eh. Handsome boy. Handsome boy.
Ken from manga.
I think we're getting some yeah.
3, 2, 1. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 2, 1.
这个哟，这个 I don't know what to say.
3, 2, 1.
Must didn't he have a different name?
Can you write the current name?
Okay. Oh, easy game, bro.
Huh? Oh. Like you say the old name or the new one?
The answers?
Okay. So easy ah.
Wow.
What's the old name? Dante.
Thought Dracula.
3, 2, 1. Technically both correct.
Oh, okay.
What the heck?
Wow, this one I know.
Wait.
Oh. 2, 1. Eudora, correct.
Yeah. That time her skin color, the basic one was red, bro.
I forget.
Eudora.
Huh? Wait, bro.
Tapi je connect so.
Tak ada. 3, 2, 1. Slow.
Oh yeah, I was thinking of this skin, bro. But then I'm like, look like a girl skin.
But it's veiled because of the wind.
I can't. There's no way. There's not too long.
Yeah, mage.
Oh wait. Oh, I know.
Should be this one.
I hate this hero, bro.
I got my answer.
Okay.
Ah. Okay.
Huh? Wait.
Like a universe. Who's that familiar?
Oh, okay. Let's see whether it's correct.
This one is, you can't even guess it. This is near impossible.
Oh.
You know the light orb?
Yeah.
They super zoom into it, bro. I'm done.
Please. Okay. Can we read answers? Okay, correct. We'll look at the correct answer.
Wow, I forgot about that hero, bro.
Supposed to be your main, your main.
Because he got one.
I wanted to guess the Ellie special skin, but then like I realized that the powers was not like featured in the bottle.
Yeah, but he said it was default skin.
Yeah, that's not to be a default skin.
Universe.
Bro, I thought it's Cyclops.
See, bro.
Oh.
Okay.
The first player to guess 2, The first player to guess 2. Because of the yellow skin, right?
Oh. Why you don't know? Yeah, you're not me.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice? A crispier chicken McCrispy.